You know what they're saying about the progression in the first three races? I,
Good morning and welcome in to the 2026 Knecht Cup Regatta. My name is Joe Leonard. Joining me on the broadcast this morning will be Mark Valenti, a longtime denizen of the Schuylkill Navy. Mark, it's 43 degrees here in Pennsauken, not as much wind as yesterday. What are you looking forward to today on our day of final racing?
some great racing under much better conditions. Excuse me. It's not likely to stay this calm through a April afternoon, but we're going to take advantage of. You can tell by the 6 boats lined up at the start that near perfect conditions at the start line down there by U.S. Route 130. Beautiful view of the Philadelphia skyline in the upper right-hand corner of your screen, and near perfect conditions. Would that would stay this way through 5 o'clock this evening, but having spent many years over here and on the Schuylkill, not likely to be this calm for the entire day. But everybody has had at least one race under their belt, so they understand the circumstances and will be able to contend with whatever nature gives us. But perfect way to start the day with 6/8 perfectly lined up at the starting platforms, ready to go, and some really good racing expected today.
Yeah, so we're going to get things started with some semifinals. We had our women's fours semifinals to end the day yesterday. We're going to have two events of semifinals. We're going to have the women's second varsity 8 and then the women's varsity 8 before we get into our slate of finals for the day. First up on the race course, looking just about ready to get started here, is women's second varsity 8 semifinal number 1. This is going to be top 2 going to the finals. The remaining 4 will race again, just not in the grand final. They'll be sent to B and C finals based on placement. But the top 2 spots in these 3 semifinals that we have will advance to a grand final this afternoon. As we take a look, looks like all boats are just about ready to go here. We've got in lane 1 on the right-hand side of your screen, Holy Cross. Lane 2, UMass. Lane 3, Temple. Lane 4 is Boston University. Lane 5 is Old Dominion. And then lane 6 is Sacred Heart. Looks like we're just about ready to get started here. All boats sitting square. A couple minutes before 7:30.
Yeah, with these calm or neutral conditions, the officials should be able to keep the races as close to scheduled as possible, as opposed to yesterday where there were a lot of difficulties aligning at the starting platforms because of the wind, and a lot of freshman novice crews, some of whom may have never done the idea of backing into a stake boat.
And we're off here in semifinal number 1 of the girls' second varsity 8. Again, from right to left on your screen, Holy Cross, UMass, Temple, Boston University, Old Dominion, and Sacred Heart. Just 50 meters into this one, and Temple has jumped out to an early lead off the start.
As you might expect in semifinal races, crews that have advanced from an earlier heat yesterday, the way the boats are assigned a lane is the faster crews, ones that have won their qualifying heats, are moved into the middle lanes, typically 3 and 4, and then the next faster crews into 2 and 5, and then the final crews would be in lanes 1 and 6, and what they call chalk in these kinds of bracketing, if you will. The middle lanes 3 and 4 typically will be leading, at least in this part of the race, and that appears to be the case here. Lanes 3, 4, and 5 clearly ahead of 1, 2, and 6. Coming up to the 500-meter mark.
I wouldn't count lane 1, Holy Cross, out just yet. I actually think they're about even, if not just a seat down here from that Old Dominion boat in lane 5. I think let's call this Temple, Boston, Old Dominion, Holy Cross, UMass, and then Sacred Heart currently in 6th through 500 meters. It's a close one, though. Temple only with about 4 to 5 seats at the moment on Boston University after getting out to that good lead. Kind of stagnated at that point. We'll see over the course of this second 500 how this field continues to take shape. But as Mark said, something that you'll see often as we get into semifinals and finals throughout the day, these boats have placed, and oftentimes these races will take a chevron form, indicating the middle lanes out in front with the wings decreasing as we go. Not always the case, though, and as we said yesterday, some of these rowers will be rowing across different events and may have taken, qualifying yesterday a little bit easier, held something back. And now that we're into the semifinals, into the finals, they could be showing a little bit more of their hand. And if you take a look here, it looks like Boston University is making a really nice move here into this second 500. Hard to tell exactly from this angle, but I believe BU has pulled even, if not gone out in front of this Temple crew. And there you can see it. It is just about even here between Boston University and Temple. So a good race to start things off into this 750-meter mark there. Probably 800, 900 meters into the race now. And it looks like Boston University has passed Temple. Boston University now in first, followed by Temple. And then a bit of a gap between Temple to UMass and Old Dominion. Old Dominion with about 4 or 5 seats on Holy Cross. And Holy Cross looking maybe 1 or 2 seats up on Sacred Heart at this point. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go in our first race of the day. This is the women's second varsity 8, semifinal number 1. And if you look up top, really not much between our top 2 crews here, Boston University and Temple, really duking this one out.
Yeah, some real good racing early on, and some crews will have a tendency to make a move here, winding up to get ready for the final 500. It looks to me like the two coxswains from the lead crews, Temple and BU, are continually looking at each other to see who's going to do what. Temple still maintains, to my eye, maybe a 1 to 1.5 seat lead over BU. That's Temple in the third lane from the bottom, BU from the fourth lane from the bottom, the middle pair crews. And they're going to match stroke for stroke here.
Yeah, Temple was definitely outstroking Boston there and took a 1 or 2 seat lead. Looks like Boston now responding themselves and has now gone out in front by 2 seats. So it's Boston University with just a slight edge right now over Temple, but very close, almost stroke to stroke here. Third place firmly in the hands of UMass, and it looks like Holy Cross has moved solely into fourth as they are able to maintain contact with this UMass boat. Old Dominion down to fifth. Sacred Heart remains in sixth, back off open water to Old Dominion. But if you look at that lead boat, it is now Boston University pulling away into the final 500. Boston University by 5 seats now as we head into the final quarter of the race. And just a reminder for everyone, we talked a little bit about it yesterday, this Boston University women's crew is a lightweight team racing here in open weight categories.
Yeah, this overhead view gives you a really clear vision of how quickly a race can change. It was maybe a matter of 20 strokes in the middle 750 meters of the race that first Temple took a 1 or 2 seat lead briefly, and then BU just cranked it up to the next level and now have at least a half a boat length lead over Temple with the final 300 meters to go.
Yeah, one thing that kind of is an indicator of speed and overall power in the boat is often when you see a boat, as Temple did, raise their rate a little bit and not gain much ground while the other boat stays at a lower rate and is able to maintain a similar speed. It tends to show you that the boat with the slower stroke rating, longer through the water, is a little bit more disciplined, just a little bit more power connection through the water. And that's what is allowing this BU boat to succeed here. And into the final 150 meters of this one, Boston University Terriers looking strong. And again, it's top 2 places to the final, to the grand final. So both Boston and Temple look strong to have a chance at the gold medal later this afternoon. But as they come to the finish line, it is Boston University winning our first race of the day here. Temple with a late push, and BU holds them off. See there, just about a 4-seat lead for BU over Temple. Third place to UMass. Old Dominion with a nice move to get back into fourth. Holy Cross finishes fifth, and Sacred Heart in sixth. All right, that will do it for semifinal number 1, Boston University and Temple advancing to the grand final. Meanwhile, back up at the start, we are underway in semifinal number 2. We've got from right to left on your screen in lane 1, Villanova. In lane 2, Delaware. Lane 3, Jacksonville University. Lane 4, MIT-A. Lane 5 is Lehigh. And in lane 6 is MIT-B. So 2 MIT crews here in this semifinal number 2 of the women's second varsity 8. Early goings here, just about 250 meters into this one. Looks like that MIT-B boat off to a good start in lane 6, as well as Delaware in lane 2. But not much between these boats through the first 300, 400 meters of this one. Does look like Delaware continuing to look good, but not gaining much separation between themselves and Jacksonville and the MIT-A boat. And now the lane 6 MIT boat beginning to fall back after that really good start. And the 3 boats moving through are Delaware, Jacksonville, and MIT-A. Your 3 lead boats through 400 meters. Give the edge to Delaware here in lane 2.
the first two races went off to an official's delight. Get them to the stake boats, get them lined up, and get them down the course. Would that it could be that way all day today.
500 meters down here in semifinal number 2. And you take a nice overhead look here. Again, only 2 spots available in the grand final later this afternoon for this women's second varsity 8. Looks like we've got Delaware and MITA out in front. And that MIT-B boat, actually with a good recovery after falling off a bit there at the start, now into 3rd place. So it's Delaware followed by MIT and MIT at the moment. Nice shot here of the MIT-A boat in lane 4. Last we saw they were in 2nd. You can see their teammates over there, bow seat of the MIT-B boat, just taking a look across. Undoubtedly, these 2 boats will have faced off against each other multiple times. Take a look here now. This is a look in at the lane 5 Lehigh boat. And there you see MITA now pulling in front by a seat or 2 over Delaware, and the MIT-B boat also making moves and inroads onto Delaware. There's a good shot to see how it's breaking down. MIT, Delaware, and MIT. Your top 3 here. Halfway through here, semifinal number 2, the 1,000 meter mark for our leaders right there. And it is MIT, Delaware, MIT, Jacksonville, Villanova, and Lehigh in that order at the halfway mark.
Dare I say these 2 MIT crews are technically proficient?
Again, I believe this is also a lightweight women's rowing team here from MIT.
They look good, no matter what weight they are. Great view. 48 puddles moving down the Cooper River. A coach's delight.
Delaware with a nice move here into this 3rd 500 to keep things close. MIT also looks like they've just raised the rate 1 or 2 beats, and starting to push away now is that MIT-A boat in lane 4. And here comes Jacksonville. Jacksonville now starting to gain ground on Delaware. Again, only 2 spots in the grand final available. We've got 4 boats right now, all within contact at the top. So we'll see what happens over the next 750 meters.
Great race for the front here. Yep.
Looks like Jacksonville has pulled almost even with the MIT boat in lane 6. Delaware still hanging on to 2nd, but it looks like Jacksonville is starting to move through them here. MIT in lane 4 holding strong. MIT in lane 6 now in 4th place.
Delaware making a strong move here in lane 2.
500 meters left to go now for our leaders from MIT. Let's see what Jacksonville has over this last 500. If they can turn it up here, they're about 8 seats, 7 seats down on Delaware in 2nd place. Again, only 2 spots in the grand final available. There goes Jacksonville. Delaware doing everything they can to hold them off now. Here's our finish line cam now. You can see where those red buoys begin is the indicator that there's 250 meters left, letting our rowers know and the coxswains know time to empty the tank. And again, 2 spots available. Boston University and Temple already punched their tickets in the first semifinal. Who will join them from semifinal number 2? Looking like MIT and Delaware. Final 100 meters here. And it does look as though MIT and Delaware have maintained over Jacksonville and the outside MIT boat. The outside MIT boat making a nice late push. But here are your leaders.
It's going to be close for second place here, and I think Delaware have it. Yeah.
Delaware with a nice late push to gain some ground on this MIT boat, and they only finished 4 seats down.
Yeah.
There's Jacksonville finishing 3rd and MIT in 4th. Villanova 5th, Lehigh in 6th. All right, so we've got BU, Temple, MIT, and Delaware moving on to the final. And we're underway in our 3rd semifinal as well. From right to left on your screen, West Virginia in lane 1. Lane 2, lane 2 is Drexel. That's the first team you can see on the screen. Boston College in lane 3, Radcliffe in lane 4, Connecticut in lane 5, Marist in lane 6. So 500 meters into this one, hard to tell from this angle. Looks like Boston College with an early lead here. Drexel going with them. But yeah, you can see here from our launch camera, it does look like our lead boat is Boston College here. And we're underway in our 3rd semifinal as well. And indeed they are. It's Boston College.
Good lead.
Drexel by maybe a seat, if that, over this lane 5 Yukon boat. And you can see there just how even they look. Let's call it Boston College, Drexel, Yukon, Radcliffe, Marist, and West Virginia in that order. But it's close between these top 5 boats, all 5 still in contact with each other. West Virginia slightly off the pace. Here's your lead boat from Boston College. Continuing to move through the pack here. Looks as though Yukon has moved. As we see there, I thought maybe they had overtaken Drexel, but it is still quite close between Yukon and Drexel for second. Again, only 2 spots available in the grand final. And Boston College looking really strong for one of them. And now Drexel moving into sole possession of second place. At the 1,000 meter mark, it is Boston College and Drexel in qualifying position.
I happen to know a young lady in the West Virginia boat who rowed at Gwynedd Mercy Academy over in Gwynedd, Pennsylvania, out Philadelphia suburb, who is a freshman at West Virginia University, who won a scholastic championship in the women's varsity 4 on this same course Memorial Day weekend of last year. And she is somewhere in, I believe even perhaps in stroke seat of the West Virginia boat. So it's nice to see some of our graduates, and I'm sure there are many Philadelphia Schuylkill River rowers, scholastic rowers, and junior rowers, and perhaps some Cooper junior rowers in some of these boats.
Overhead shot here of our lead boat from BC. Really in sync here in this BC boat. A little bit of an early square there from the 3-seat, but otherwise pretty much in great sync there. Looks like Drexel's starting to make a little push here onto the heels of Boston College with 500 meters left to go. Drexel firmly in control of second place at the moment. UConn, Radcliffe, and Marist all trying to make late pushes here to get into that grand final.
With BC clearly in the lead and some of the other BU having won their heat and MIT, you end up seeing perhaps in the grand final here today 3 or 4 boats that row on the Charles at the same time each day. Interesting, always interesting to see crews that come from the same water, all these college crews from Philadelphia on the Schuylkill competing here, from Boston on the Charles, a few on the Hudson come down here.
Looked like a late
Love
push.
the mix.
Looked like a late push there from UConn. Might be a little bit too little too late here for the Huskies. But it did seem like they were gaining some ground on Drexel there, but I think Drexel is now within contact of that BC boat and probably won't be able to be caught here. 100 meters left now. Boston College led start to finish. And they will take this one. Boston College wins semifinal number 3. Second place, Drexel right there down a length. UConn did get back into contention there. They finished 3rd, followed by Marist, then Radcliffe. West Virginia will finish in 6th. All right, we're heading back up to the top, getting things moving here today. We've got the women's varsity 8 semifinal number 1. Similar to our second varsity 8s, this will be top 2. We'll have 3 semifinals where 2 boats can qualify for the grand final. The rest will compete in B and C finals later this afternoon. In semifinal number 1, we have in lane 1, Old Dominion, lane 2, MIT. Lane 3, Holy Cross, lane 4, Bucknell, 5, Temple, and in lane 6 is UConn. So this is the women's varsity 8. Really competitive race here through the first 300 meters of this one. Maybe give the edge to, let's say, lane 5, Temple. Bucknell, however, and MIT at the front with them, as is UConn in lane 6. Just a little bit further back then to Holy Cross in lane 3, and further back still to Old Dominion in lane 1. But the top 4 boats, not much between them here through 500 meters. Looked like the first boat there was UConn or Temple. This race might be a little bit closer in this varsity 8 event.
With conditions relatively neutral, it might be interesting to see the comparison of winning times between second varsity 8s, which we just finished those 3 semifinals, and now varsity 8s, 3 semifinals of women in those events. And one would expect a varsity 8 to be at this level 5 to 10 seconds faster than a second 8. the results will tell us how that goes, because conditions are pretty much neutral, not changing that much over the course of, I guess we're 25 minutes into the schedule so far.
As we approach 1,000 meters left to go here, it looks like Bucknell and Temple have started to move away from this Yukon crew here. As you can see from our launch camera, we've got Bucknell and Temple out in front. No sign of MIT out there in lane 2. We'll try and get an update on them, see if they've gone with this lead pack. They have somewhat. They're almost 4 or 5 seats down from Bucknell as we hit the 1,000 meter mark. It is Bucknell and Temple dead even here. Again, only 2 spots in the grand final guaranteed from this semifinal. Shot there of our lead boat from Bucknell. And they are our sole lead boat, I believe. Maybe a seat for Bucknell over Temple at the moment. I think maybe 200 meters ago you would have said Temple by a seat. Now I think the bow ball of the Bucknell boat out in front by a hair. MIT still hanging on.
It looks to me like Temple just put a move on Bucknell here in the middle 500, 700. And I'm sure Bucknell will respond now. Bucknell has still got a maybe half a deck lead on Temple. And I think understroking them by a beat or 2. Some nice rowing from this view.
So Bucknell took about 3 seats there in that changeover from the second 500 to the third 500. Now sitting about even 3 seat, 4 seat with the bow person of Temple. Seems to have stagnated there for the moment, and we'll see as we head into the final 500 if they can maintain this lead or if Temple can track them down a little bit. Bucknell maintaining a short lead, and MIT now falling into an open water deficit to Temple. A lot of work for that MIT crew if they want to get into the grand final. But I believe these 2 crews have really separated themselves, and now they're just duking it out with each other. You can see the gap growing between themselves and the remaining boats. 300 meters left to go for our leaders. Seems to have stagnated there for the moment, and we'll see as we head into the final 500 if they can maintain this lead or if Temple can track them down. Really cool, calm, and collected in the Bucknell boat. Looks like Temple's taking a sprint. Bucknell now starting to raise the rate just a little bit, but still very much controlled as compared to the speed of the Temple boat. And for good reason. Looks like they're maintaining that few seat advantage. Great race here. It is Bucknell out in front. We'll see as they come to the finish line how close it is here, and it is super tight. But you'll see Bucknell just start to edge in front as the camera moves to the left. And it is Bucknell by about 3 seats here over Temple. Great race there in semifinal number 1 of the women's varsity 8 as MIT finishes 3rd, closely followed by Yukon. And Holy Cross in 5th, Old Dominion in 6th. All right, and semifinal number 2 already out onto the course We've got from right to left on your screen, lane 1, Villanova, lane 2, Delaware, lane 3, Boston College, lane 4, UMass, lane 5 is Colgate, and in lane 6, Georgetown. Early lead here to Villanova out of lane 1 with a great start. Still at that high rate from the start is Nova, and now it looks like they settle. Maybe not. Some high rate rowing here in this second semifinal from these boats. Looks like now the coxswains start to settle their crews into it. First 500 meters down, Villanova the first to the 500-meter mark. Looked as though the boats from UMass and Boston College here also going with them. UMass moving through Villanova now. Boston College moving with them, just a few seats down. But it is UMass now out in front into the second 500. Villanova slowing down a bit after that flaming start. Shot of our lead crew here from UMass in lane 4. And you can see there a good idea of how close this one is. UMass really starting to pull away from BC and Villanova. Nova recovered a little bit there. Looked like Boston College tried to go with UMass as they went through the rest of the field, and now slowing off. And it looks like Villanova now back into second place. So Villanova recovering from those moves that BC and UMass took. Shot here of the boat from Georgetown, Colgate over their left shoulder with the C on the oars. And it does look like 600 meters into this one, we'll say UMass, followed by Villanova, then BC, Colgate, Delaware, and Georgetown in that order. UMass looking really strong here. Again, out here in lane 6 with Georgetown, Colgate just over their shoulder, and the UMass boat in the distance out in front. Again, top 2 moving on to the final, looking to join Bucknell and Temple from semifinal number 1. Now Boston College has moved past Villanova there in lane 1, so Boston College back into second position. Villanova not far behind. .500 meters left to go for our lead boat from UMass. Boston College in second. Villanova gets their third. Looks like Colgate fourth, Delaware fifth, Georgetown sixth.
UMass women have developed a very strong program over the last 30 years, started some 25 to 30 years ago by legendary sculler Jim Dietz, who has since retired, but the dominance of UMass women at this level, and they compete at the NCAA level, pretty prominent here.
And as we enter the final 250 meters of this one, UMass totally in control. Boston College looking strong for second. Final 100 meters here. And UMass will take this one.
Open water plus.
And there's BC finishing second. Villanova rather, in third, followed by Colgate, then Georgetown and Delaware. All right, on to the water now is our final semifinal of the day. This is the women's varsity 8 semifinal number 3. From right to left, once again, we will have Sacred Heart in lane 1, Jacksonville in lane 2, Boston University in lane 3, Radcliffe in lane 4, Eastern Michigan in lane 5, and Albany in lane 6. Early goings here looks like BU and Radcliffe out to an early lead, closely followed by Jacksonville. Fourth place looks like Sacred Heart. Then Albany, and finally Eastern Michigan. Looks like the boat from Radcliffe with an early few seat advantage over BU. Same for BU to Jacksonville. Those three boats beginning to separate themselves. Again, only 2 spots up for grabs. And you can see there the lead between Radcliffe to BU, BU to Jacksonville, about equal between the 3 boats. 500 down, Radcliffe the first there. Here's Albany passing the camera. There's lane 5, Eastern Michigan. And you can see these leads begin to grow respectively for both Radcliffe and Boston. Radcliffe now with about 6 seats on BU, 4 to 5 seats on Jacksonville. A length off of Jacksonville is 4th place Sacred Heart. But Radcliffe continuing to push away from the rest of the field. There they are as they come by the Camden County Boathouse.
Radcliffe, always one of the top women's crews in the country, and they have been for 2 decades. And without having ever seen a boat race before, you look at how this boat moves forward.
Yeah, they look really strong.
I might add that this race went off about 2 minutes ahead of schedule compared to yesterday. Function of better weather, the most experienced crews, and doing a great job. Much better when the races go on schedule and the crews that are marshaling to get to their race get there on time and get off on time, rather than sitting on the water for half an hour or 40 minutes, cooling off, as was the case early yesterday with a bit of wind and inexperienced crews. Today should go much better.
We saw very briefly there in that overhead, looked as though the bow ball of BU sat even with the coxswain of Radcliffe, and the bow ball of Jacksonville sitting about even with the coxswain of Boston University. So just about a length lead for Radcliffe to BU and for BU to Jacksonville. Again, 2 spots in the grand final. Jacksonville looking to claw their way back into final position.
Yeah, Radcliffe near textbook rowing. They're a pleasure to watch.
There you see it is a full length lead now for Radcliffe. Meanwhile, the Jacksonville boat maintaining just about the same distance between themselves and BU as Radcliffe continues to pull away from both. Really nice shot here of our lead 3 boats. 500 meters left to go now. BU pushing back a little bit onto the Radcliffe crew, gaining a little bit of ground, and in the meantime, opening up the gap between themselves and Jacksonville. BU enters a sprint. Radcliffe out sprinting them. .250 left for our lead boats. And in the back, the race for 4th looks to be in the hands of Albany at the moment, although Sacred Heart looks quite close to them still. Eastern Michigan currently in 6th place, but not too far off either. And here comes the final 100 meters for our leaders. And the women from Radcliffe will take this one. BU finishes 2nd and qualifies for the final. Jacksonville in 3rd. Albany finishes 4th. Looks like we'll get Eastern Michigan 5. Sacred Heart finishes 6th. All right, and that will do it for our women's 8 semifinals. Next up, we will be on to our finals of the day. So this will include just some finals that are only one event. As we get going, though, there will be petite B's and C's and even D finals as we make our way through the day. First up, though, just a straight final here, the women's single. From right to left, we've got MIT in lane 1, Gordon College in lane 2, MIT in lane 3, Oklahoma City in lane 4, Dominican in lane 5, she's your leader through 300, and in lane 1, or in lane 6 rather, is Adrian College. So early goings here, just about 250, 300 meters into this race. Looks like Dominican, followed by Oklahoma City, although the Oklahoma City rowers starting to move through, it appears. MIT in 3rd, then Gordon, Adrian, and finally in 6th is MIT as well. But Oklahoma City now moving through the Dominican rower, And it looks as though the single from Oklahoma City is just a hair in front now through 400. There's the 500-meter mark. And it is Oklahoma City followed by Dominican again. This is a final.
Yeah, save the two MIT entrants. The other four women here are from smaller programs, D2 and D3 college programs that focus on sculling. I know Gordon College is north of Boston in Wenham, Massachusetts. Adrian College is in Michigan. Dominican University is in New York, just across the Hudson River, tucked into the corner between New Jersey and New York. I don't know that they row on the Hudson, but they're hard by the Hudson. And Oklahoma City rows on the beautiful Oklahoma River in Oklahoma City. Nice to see so many single scullers from so far afield coming here for this event. And a very nice, comfortable pace from the woman, Miss Glissick from Oklahoma City.
I believe it's Miss Oni. Glissick is the rower in the men's single in the next
Oh,
event.
yeah, wrong. Oni, right. Wrong race.
Happens, of course. And this rower from Oklahoma City looking really strong.
Yeah.
Not rowing too high. Probably right around a 30 stroke rating here, if I had to guess.
Yeah,
I don't have a timer right in front of me. Maybe even lower.
Yeah, she is long and low, long, strong, and low.
Rower from Oklahoma City through 1,000 meters with open water to Dominican. Dominican hanging on to second place here over Adrian College. Looks like fourth at the moment belongs to MIT, then Gordon and MIT in that order.
Yeah, I have the single sculler from Oklahoma City rowing a nice, comfortable 28.
Yeah, that makes sense. Why is it, Mark, that we might see some of these singles rowing at lower rates than the larger boats? Is that a function of speed or momentum,
Well,
or kind of all of the above?
A little bit of the above. This is not Olympic level rowing. The Miss Oni is well in control of this race. Doesn't have to press herself. Is, as I say, long, strong, and low, meaning rating. Long on her stroke, strong on her stroke, which means she only has to be low in her rating. And the singles, except maybe at the international and maybe the national level of elite rowers, are not going to go off the line at 42, such as some of the women's eights, the varsity eights in particular, in the previous 3 to 6 races went off. They can't sustain that for 2,000 meters. And a women's, we haven't gotten any finish times yet, but a women's varsity 8 at this level is probably going to be somewhere around 7 minutes, 7:20, depending upon conditions. This single, although she's not pressed, if she were pressed, would probably be closer to 9 minutes for a 2,000-meter race.
Does look like she's maybe amped it up a
Yeah,
little bit
I believe
here.
she has here. I can see the way clear.
Probably just executing a race plan that she had in mind because she's well out in front. This is a really nice overhead to give you an idea of what her stroke shape looks like with 500 meters left to go. And you can see that race for second has heated up considerably. These two boats from MIT, their race plan must indicate a second half surge because both MIT boats moving up in lane 3 and lane 1. Dominican trying to hang on to second place right now over this final 500. We'll see that boat in lane 3 from MIT adjusting her point to get back into the center of her lane, but I think she has the speed right now to take second place.
Yeah, I have Oklahoma City at 26 right now.
She dropped down.
A very efficient rower. A coach's delight. As a college woman, she's probably on an ergometer well under 7 minutes. Approaching national team level capabilities.
You're referring, of course, to a 2,000-meter test score?
Yes.
250 left to go for our lead boat from Oklahoma City. Dominican handled the push at first and is maintaining second. Now the lane 1 MIT boat making a late push. Lane 3 MIT seems to have cooled off a little bit. Adrian Collins taking a look across. And coming to the finish line here is the winner of our first final of the day. Oklahoma City takes home the Knecht Cup in the women's single final. Race for second place now.
Yeah.
Doesn't even look like she's breathing hard.
It appeared to me that she kind of backed off as much as she could to be a good sportswoman to her fellow competitors in the final 500.
Dominican takes second. Lane 1, MIT finishes third. Adrian College fourth. MIT lane 3 takes fifth. And Gordon College not far behind in sixth. Meanwhile, the men's single is underway as well. From right to left on your screen, we've got Lafayette in lane 1, Oklahoma City in lane 2, Gordon College in lane 3, another Oklahoma City rower, your leader in lane 4, Dominican in lane 5, and Adrian College in lane 6. So a similar lineup to the women's race, sans MIT plus Lafayette. 1,000 meters down here in this men's single. This is now the rower Glisick from Oklahoma City. Second place at the moment appears to be Dominican in lane 5. Third place is Oklahoma City, the rower Arias from Oklahoma City in third.
Again, almost the same institutions, smaller programs, relatively new, focusing on sculling. And the focus, more specifically for Oklahoma City, is well rewarded. Both their single scullers are proving to be the elite at least at this level on this race course. Both of them extremely well trained and well conditioned, obviously.
Look inside here, the rower from Adrian College in lane 6 as we switch to the overhead shot, showing you just kind of how nice the conditions are. Get a good idea of how flat the water is at the moment from this angle. Showing you our lead boat from Oklahoma City at the left-hand side of your screen, and the gap between Dominican in second and the lane 2 Oklahoma City rower. And all 6 boats actually on your screen at the moment as we kind of flitter back and forth between first and sixth there. Nice. Little zoom out. So again, Oklahoma City, Dominican, Oklahoma City, Lafayette, Gordon College, Adrian College, your order 1 through 6 at the moment through 1250.
And the lead single from Oklahoma City also stroking at about 28 strokes a minute down the course and maintaining a 3, maybe 4 boat lead over the crew in lane 5, which is Dominican.
Mark, in your experience rowing the single, what kind of mental battle are these rowers facing? Is it more trying to execute their plan or fighting against their own body as they make their way down the course here?
The number one opponent in a single is yourself. And then you contend with yourself, and then the other boats that are on the water. In most cases, here we are, 2 gentlemen from Oklahoma City, so they probably go against each other all the time. But in many instances, not that many collegiate programs, the larger ones, D1, have single scullers. I see a boat from Lafayette here competing. Typically in a situation like that, we're what we call a legacy rower, someone who's the son or daughter of a previous single sculler, and they have a boat, which is always helpful to become a single sculler, to own a decent scull or decent shell that you can row. Sure, they have a race plan. They may be familiar with some or all of the other competitors in a race. Probably not the case here, but this gentleman from Oklahoma City clearly has control of this race. And first off, he has control of himself.
Yeah, what are you seeing out of there as we take a nice shot from our finish line camera? What's allowing him to open this lead up that you can see?
Number one, he's big. Late levers. Rowing is all about leverage. Arms, legs, and lungs. And this gentleman has all of the above, and apparently has trained well and has been coached well.
Final stretch here for our lead boat. This is Mr. Glissick from Oklahoma City. In the Row More boat there. Coming to the finish line. Putting finishing touches on a great row here, and he will win the men's single event here at the Knecht Cup. Race for second looked tight the last we saw it. Lafayette in lane, or Dominican rather, in lane 5, and Oklahoma City in lane 2, competing for second. And here comes Dominican, and he will finish second, followed by Oklahoma City. Gordon College not far behind in fourth. Lafayette finishes fifth, and the rower from Adrian will finish sixth. All right, Adrian College finished up there. We are 500 meters into our next event. This is the women's varsity pair. Lane 1, Bryant University. Lane 2, Penn State. Lane 3 is Pitt. Lane 4, your leader here is Mercyhurst, and in lane 5 is Oklahoma City, and it appears as though we've had a scratch from the Bryant rower. That's not confirmed. It could be another one of the boats, but there is no lane 1 boat here, just 2 through 5 at the moment. But your lead boat here in lane 4 appears to be Mercyhurst. Mark, talk to me a little bit about what it's like to row in a pair, often considered the hardest discipline in the sport of rowing.
Well, you have to find two very well-matched rowers, typically the same size, the same fitness level. Because the boat only has 2 oars in the water on opposite sides, obviously, it's difficult. You can see even the lead boat has a little bit of difficulty steering, and if even in a single stroke, one blade is like here, just there, misses water, gets out early, goes in early, it has a significant effect on the boat tracking straight. They do have a steering mechanism on there. The person, in this case, the bow person, typically would have what's called a foot. They can steer the boat with their feet, 1 foot, with a cable attached to a small rudder on underneath or attached to the skeg or the fin. And it takes a great deal of skill to maneuver that. I could see that the wind might be picking up a little bit with the chop on the water, and that makes it even more difficult. Once the bow of the boat gets on, especially if it's a headwind, if the bow of the boat gets on one side or the other of what's called the eye of the wind, the direction, the apparent direction of the wind against the front of the boat, it makes it extremely difficult to get it back online.
Yeah, so 1,000 meters left in this one. It looked like that boat from Mercyhurst, Mark, as you were talking about how they kind of were dipping down on that port side. I think maybe the bow seat is rowing them a little bit into the starboard side.
Yeah.
And the adjustment, I think, was with the toe, as you mentioned, causing them potentially to dip down to that port side a little bit. It actually worked out. They got back into the middle of the lane, but they are favoring starboard side here. I think the bow seat, it's not necessarily the worst thing in the world that the bow seat is outrowing the stroke seat. Probably means they're evenly matched a little bit, just given the leverage point of bow. It is going to swing that way, and you can see every stroke they take, they do kind of drift to the starboard side, but when they can get straight, they are really connected through the water. I think that's kind of just part of this pair discipline, right? Is when it's going good, it can go really good, but one stroke can throw you off for 20 strokes.
Correct, and they seem to be adjusting well. It helps that they're not really being pressed by the other boats, so that they can be a little bit more careful on the blade entry and release, as they're doing right here. They're pretty much in sync at the catch, through the stroke, and coming out of the water.
Looks like Oklahoma City's starting to make a comeback here, though. It's Mercyhurst, obviously, over the last 500, we talked a little bit about how they were struggling to find their point. They're still drifting over to that starboard side.
Starboard, yep.
I think they have the right connection and speed when they can get through the water correctly, but they're really struggling. They're moving across lanes a good bit. Oklahoma City also drifting in and out of their lane, so not a total issue that's just relevant to Mercyhurst here, but Oklahoma City looking strong at the moment. And with these smaller boats, obviously it looks like quite a big gap here. That gap has closed considerably in the last 500, but with these smaller boats, they can make up ground a little bit more quickly than you might see in some of the 4 or 8 races.
Yeah. Watching especially this lead pair from Mercyhurst, as you see the boat veer from side to side within the limits of the lane, obviously it makes the race, it's going to be more than 2,000 meters net. If they continue down the middle of the course like this, obviously that's the best way to go. But 2 things. When you veer side to side, you add distance to the race, and in order to correct for that going off to one side or the other, you have to use the rudder, which creates unnecessary drag on the boat. So going off course, if you will, costs twice. It costs in the additional length that you add to the race by going off course, and then having to correct costs you distance and time. So
yeah, so interestingly
it's
enough,
getting close here.
Yeah, Oklahoma City continues to close this gap. Interestingly enough, they kind of are straddling lane 6 there. They kind of said now they're getting back into the middle of their lane a little bit here, but it seemed like they were content to just ride and not adjust their point too much, because Mercyhurst did get back into the center of their lane and is on a fairly straight line here for the final 500. So Oklahoma City, with 2:50 left to go, has closed down this gap. It's now just a seat of open water between them. But
now in the sprint, it appears that stroke in the Mercyhurst boat, the stroke seat on starboard might be out pulling the bow seat a little bit because the boat's starting to move to port.
Yeah, so some difficulty in terms of equal pressure there in that Mercyhurst boat. Think if they could clean some things up, they would be winning this race pretty easily still. I do think they're going to go on to win this. They've still got the advantage, in Oklahoma City missing some water there.
They've picked up the pace also a bit, and they're going to hang on.
Yeah, but you can see just kind of the difficulty in just this race of what it's like to row a pair. You know, both of these boats, despite being your lead 2 boats, far from perfect down the race course, lots to study and improve upon, but it's kind of the nature of these boats. As Mercyhurst is the winner of the women's varsity pair event. Oklahoma City finishes second. As we take a look at some of our event merchandise.
I think most sweep coaches at almost all levels, high school through college, through even intermediate and elite, wish they had a dozen or more pairs to get their sweep rowers out in pairs. It's as much muscle as you can muster in an 8. You have to incorporate a great deal of finesse to get a pair down the race course. That's a tough race under any circumstance, any conditions. A good bow person in a pair or any blind boat, the reference to blind boats is any boat that does not have a coxswain. Singles, doubles, quads, pairs do not have a coxswain. So either in a single, the one person is responsible for steering or keeping the boat on track. In a double, the bow person generally is. In a pair, the bow person. In a quad, the bow person. In a straight 4. And the very best bow persons in blind boats learn to steer the boat, not so much by looking on, especially on a buoyed course. You really don't have to worry about traffic in front of you on a buoyed course like this. So they learn to steer the boat by keeping equidistant between the buoys on the port and the starboard side, and do not have to look over their shoulders quite so much to keep the boat on track. Here we have the men's pairs.
Yeah, in the top left, we're still waiting on Penn State. I think we're going to move on. Pittsburgh finished 3rd a few seconds ago. But in the meantime, this men's pair event is well into the 3rd quarter of this race. In fact, now our leaders from Colgate here, entering into the final 500. This race lineup, we've got lane 1, Penn State, lane 2, New Hampshire, lane 3, Colgate, lane 4, Oklahoma City, lane 5, Oklahoma City, and in lane 6, Lafayette. The podium at the moment appears to be Colgate in lane 3, Oklahoma City in lane 5 in second, and then Oklahoma City A in lane 4 is in third. Both boats are actually labeled Oklahoma City A. So it's Colgate, OKC lane 5, OKC lane 4. Your top 3 at the moment. I think I can discern a little bit of what's going on in the back there. Appears as though lanes 1, Penn State, and Lafayette in lane 6 are quite close together. 6th place at the moment is New Hampshire in lane 2. But focus here on our leaders from Colgate, rowing really impressively. It looks like they're taking a sprint here as well.
Yeah, the Gate always have a very competitive pair at court races like this, the Dadvale Regatta, the IRA. They always have an excellent pair, which always gives me pause to wonder they must train extremely hard somewhere, because up there in Hamilton, New York, they have very short spring seasons.
Yeah, well, as someone who rowed for just 1 year at Syracuse University, they find a way.
Yeah.
And the finish here, didn't see much of this race, but the 750 meters that we did, Colgate looked really strong through. Little lapse there at the end, but not much, and they're excited. They've got the gold here at the Knecht Cup. OKC, lane 5, finishes in second. And their teammates from lane 4 finishing third. We had said that 4th place looked like a battle between lane 6, Lafayette, and lane 1, Penn State, so we'll see whether or not New Hampshire could get into that conversation. And we move up the race course here to take a look at our next race. This is the petite final 2, ostensibly the C final, or third final, of the women's double event. From right to left, we've got Gordon College in lane 1, Lafayette in lane 2. Lane 3, OKC, I believe was a pair that included the single rower from OKC, so they've scratched. Franklin Pierce in lane 4, Monmouth University in lane 5, and Adrian College in lane 6. So that OKC boat, based on the names, the same name as the women's single rower from Oklahoma City, so probably just not enough time to get that boat turned around. Leaving this petite final 2 open for the competition. Again, Gordon College, Lafayette, Franklin Pierce, Monmouth, and Adrian. Your leaders appear to be Franklin Pierce and Monmouth out in lanes 4 and 5. You can see them slightly from that angle over the shoulder of that Adrian College rower. Now we're looking on from Camden County Boathouse here at our 2 lead boats. Again, lane 5 with the white uniforms there is Monmouth. And in the black and blue in lane 4 is Franklin Pierce, the Ravens.
Yeah, if you look at the lineups for these 3 finals in the women's double, it essentially plays out as petite final 2 is all D2 and D3 schools, and the petite final 1 and the grand final are all D1 schools, as one would typically see happen in a race like this early in the season in particular. I'm surprised we haven't gotten any times yet on any of the earlier races, perhaps to illustrate to some degree the differences between second varsity eights and varsity eights for the women that rode in the first 6 races of the day.
Yeah, for folks who are looking for specific times or results for a race, you can go to KnechtCupRegatta.com. We'll do our best to get some times and results up on the screen when there's some lull in the action. But again, if you are looking for specific times, those can be found at KnechtCupRegatta.com. All right, look at this race. We've got a pretty close one going on here. It is, in fact, Monmouth out in front, followed by Franklin Pierce. But the boat from Lafayette there in lane 2, not far behind. And then Gordon College in lane 1, not too far behind either. But again, it appears to be our lane 5 Monmouth boat through 1,000 meters out in front. Again, women's double petite final 2 out onto the course. Monmouth University maintaining a slight lead here over this boat from Franklin Pierce in lane 4. Franklin Pierce drawing just about even now with Monmouth. And looks like Lafayette hanging in there as well. Gordon College dropping off the pace just a bit. And you can see here now taking over first is that Franklin Pierce boat, just edging out now in front of the boat from Monmouth. But a little bit of a point adjustment, and Monmouth takes advantage and edges back in front. But just goes to show you just how close that boat is. This is the Adrian College rower in lane 6. Rowers, rather, sorry. .500 meters left to go here. And Monmouth maintaining just a slight lead over Franklin Pierce after that initial move from Franklin and Pierce to get them out in front. Monmouth responded in kind and is now starting to push them away as well. Looks like Lafayette falling off the pace just a bit. Looked like they might be getting back into contention, now drifting off the back once again. Franklin Pierce hanging in there though, not totally going away. Monmouth trying to put them away. 250 meters left for our lead boats from Monmouth on the left-hand side of your screen and Franklin Pierce there on the right-hand side. A little bit cleaner in the Franklin Pierce boat at the moment. You can see both bow women taking a look across, trying to see what they need to do. A little bit of mist water there for Monmouth. Couple of frantic strokes, and that could be the difference here. It looks like they've really checked their boat down. Franklin Pierce now moving out in front. You can see the Monmouth bow person looking over her shoulder. And it is Franklin Pierce taking this one. Petite final 2. First place is Franklin Pierce. Monmouth finishes second. Third to Lafayette. Gordon College likely to finish in fourth. There's Gordon, excuse me. Gordon College finishing in fourth. Adrian will finish fifth. All right, next up down the course is Petite Final 1 of this women's double event from right to left. Boston University in lane 1. Wisconsin in lane 2. Looks like we're about 800 meters into this one. Wisconsin in lane 2. MIT, your leader there, in lane 3. Georgetown in lane 4. Boston University in lane 5. And Georgetown B in lane 6. So let me just give you an update. Yeah, you can see there it is BU D, Wisconsin B, MIT A, Georgetown A, BU C, and Georgetown B. Just thought I'd let you know because we will see some of these programs again in the grand final coming up next. But 1,000 meters down here in Petite Final 1. Boston, or rather MIT A, your leader out of lane 3, followed by Wisconsin B in lane 2. And Georgetown rounds out the top 3. Following Georgetown, looks like the Georgetown B boat in lane 6 in 4th, BU D in lane 1 in 5th, and BU C in lane 5, currently sitting in 6th place. Your leader, though, in the Petite Final number 1 is MIT A. Wisconsin making a nice push here onto the boat from MIT. And as MIT struggles to maintain their point, Wisconsin now moving through them ever so slightly. Wisconsin looked to have drawn about even there, and then MIT drifted over into the port side of their lane, allowing MIT to overtake them here. Still a very close race. 500 meters left to go for our lead boats. MIT by 1 seat over the boat, or rather Wisconsin by 1 seat over the boat from MIT. MIT responding well, however, to their slight mishap. Looks like they're drawing close to even, maybe not totally even, still down a bit, but gaining some speed back here is that MIT boat. Should be a fun finish between these two. There goes Wisconsin. And Wisconsin now moving through the MIT boat. Can MIT regain that speed, or is Wisconsin homebound? A little bit of point issue there for Wisconsin, drifting. Not a major issue here, though, as they are booking it into the final 250. All of the speed belongs to Wisconsin at the moment. There is your lead boat, the Badgers from Madison. Final few strokes here for our lead crews. And Wisconsin takes it. MIT finishes second. Georgetown A, lane 4, finishes third. Georgetown B just finishes fourth, out in front of BUD, finishing in fifth. And BUC will finish in lane 5 in 6th place. There they are. All right, that'll do it for our petites in the women's double. And this is our grand final here in the women's double event. From right to left on the screen, we've got Boston University B in lane 1, Radcliffe A in lane 2, Boston University A in lane 3, they're your leader at the moment, Wisconsin A in lane 4, Wisconsin C in lane 5, and MIT A in lane 6. So it looks like as we approach, we're just past the 750 meter mark, 1250 left to go. Looks like Boston University A in lane 3 is your leader, followed by MIT A. And then it's a super close race between lane 1, Boston University, lane 4, Wisconsin, and lane 5, Wisconsin. But at the moment, your leader, lane 3, BU. Shot across here. You can see that's lane 5, Wisconsin, lane 4, Wisconsin, and that is lane 3, Boston University in that launch angle. Cut out of that shot was our lane 6 MITA boat, currently in 2nd place. Shot from Camden County Boathouse as you see the boats past the 1,000 meter mark. That's our lane 1 team, BUB, and off in the distance their teammates, BU, the leaders in lane 3. All right, halfway through here. Order of operations here will go BU lane 3, followed by MIT in lane 6, lane 5 Wisconsin in 3rd, lane 4 Wisconsin in 4th, Boston University in 5th out of lane 1, maybe getting out in front of that Wisconsin boat actually. And then off the pace in 6th is Radcliffe. But this boat from Boston University looking really strong, continuing to open up on the rest of the field through this third 500. BU continuing to hang on here. As that race for second heats up, it actually appears as though Wisconsin C has moved into second and overtaken the MIT boat in lane 6. So it's now Boston University maintaining with Wisconsin in second, MIT third, Wisconsin fourth, Boston University in 5th, and Radcliffe in 6th. So the two Wisconsin boats starting to make their move here into the third 500 as Coral Kasdan once again joins me on the broadcast. Good morning, Coral. How are you doing?
Great. Good morning. How are you doing?
Good. It's been a fun day so far. Out on the course now is the grand final for this women's double event. It's been good. It's a good day. Conditions are great. Right around in the 50s for rowing. Not too bad of a temperature.
Yeah, not bad. This looks great out there.
And heading into the final 250 here of this women's double final, BU continuing to maintain that lead, although Wisconsin making a push out of lane 5 now, and we'll see what they can do. They're definitely gaining on our leaders. BU has led from start in this one. Let's see if they can hang on at the end here. BU looks to have responded well to that push from the lane 5 Wisconsin crew as we switch to the finish line cam. Weather today expected to go up to 67 degrees. It's still right around 50, but not the worst rowing conditions. And as you can see, much flatter than yesterday. You can see in the trees, good bit less wind. If anything, looks like maybe a headwind today as compared to yesterday's cross, which was a bit difficult for some of these teams to handle. Headwind should be a little bit more manageable. As we come to the finish here, Wisconsin trying everything, has made it somewhat close, but it's just not going to be enough. Looks like BU is going to take the gold here in the women's double. Wisconsin finishes second with a great push at the end. MIT third, Wisconsin fourth. BU fifth in lane 1. And Radcliffe will finish in 6th. So Coral, welcome on to the broadcast this morning. What are some of the things that you're looking forward to today as we get into our series of final racing?
Oh, it's going to be so tight, just neck and neck all the way down.
As we take a look here at the men's double final out onto the course. So this is just the final here for the men's. We've got from right to left Pitt, lane 2 Oklahoma City B, lane 3 Oklahoma City A. They're in second place right now because Colgate out in lane 4 is your leader, lane 5 George Mason, and in lane 6 Dominican University. Looks like we've got this one going Colgate, OKC A, Pitt, OKC B, George Mason, and then Dominican right there on your screen on the right-hand side in 6th place, but not too far off the 5th and 4th place boats. There you can see that is a shot. I believe that's OKC, your 2nd place boat, and you can see now Colgate in the far right-hand side, your leader. And that's the gap between the lead boat, Colgate, in lane 4 and Oklahoma City in lane 3. And looks like we're just approaching the halfway mark here in this men's double. And there it is, 1,000 meters in, 1,000 left to go.
Did you mostly sweep or scull when you rode?
I did a bit of both. My high school was mostly a sweep program, and then in college, Syracuse is sweep only. So swept in college for a year. My high school was notorious for sweep programs, but when I was there, they decided to scull a little bit for some reason, which I didn't mind because I was able to learn both sides, but I rode in a freshman quad my freshman year, and then I almost rode in a varsity quad my senior year, but I ended up making the varsity 8 instead. So I was all over the place. I rode starboard, port, and scull in high school, which is kind of nice, but also somewhat unheard of for some of these programs. They tend to stick you in one discipline and let you just do that.
Yeah, seriously. You're the utility player.
Yeah.
You could do it all.
I was often switched from starboard to port just because they needed someone, which ended up being a mistake when I got to college because I walked onto the team and I told them I could row both, which meant they stuck me wherever the deficiency was, which ended up being port, which was my worst side.
Oh.
But that's okay. I wasn't long for college rowing. What was your college rowing experience like?
I rode my first year, so I swept.
Okay.
And then I switched over to coxswain. I was shorter, smaller. I could be in faster boats as a coxswain. And only recently I started sculling, and I got to race a few open ocean doubles.
Oh, wow.
Which was really cool. Little terrifying.
Yeah, I was going to say, rowing a double on a river has not led to great results for me, so rowing on the ocean seems
Throwing the
crazy.
waves. Yeah.
Yeah, I flipped during a head race one time, the head of the scull in 2011. We flipped in the first 200 meters of the race.
No.
Yeah, what a time.
Oh, what a time.
Meanwhile, this Colgate boat looking really strong here in this men's double. Continuing to open up the lead on OKC. And nobody really close to these two boats here in this men's double. Did you enjoy learning to scull recently as compared to sweeping?
I'm bad at it. And I don't love doing things I'm bad at, but it feels better, I think, having that symmetry and being able to go out on my own and not have to rely on somebody else going out with me.
Yeah, learning how to scull is, I think, important if you want to continue rowing as even a hobby later on in your life, because sweeping can be, difficult to fill out a boat, and then if you want to row a pair, it's almost impossible.
Yep.
Colgate, though, doing really well in these men's smaller boats. They won the men's varsity pair event just a little while ago, and they're looking poised to put the finishing touches of a win in the men's double. And there you have it, gold to Colgate in the men's double. Oklahoma City finishes second in lane 3. And that race for third was on towards the back of the pack. Might sit here for 10 seconds or so until they get here. And third place does go to the OKC B boat in lane 2. Pitt finishes 4th. George Mason in 5th. All right, we're going to head back up the course. This event is our women's inclusion double final. So this is an event that is new to the Knecht Cup this year. This is a inclusion double final. This is for para rowers and allows for rowers with disabilities to compete on a level playing field. We have both Pittsburgh and Dominican University in this race. That's Pitt in the blue boat on the right and Dominican in the white boat on the left. The Knecht Cup is super proud to have this event. There's been a big movement in rowing over the last decade or so to become a more inclusive sport all around, and it's great to see these events starting to crop up at more and more college events. It looks like the boat from Pittsburgh doing quite well here. So in these para doubles, often what you'll see is one of the two members will have some sort of disability, often being paired with a non-disabled rower to enjoy the full experience of racing. And an impressive row so far from both of these boats, but a nice shot here of the Pitt rower. And you can see there, not really using her legs, pretty much just using her back and arms in her stroke. Really impressive here from the para athlete from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, in beach sprints, there's the inclusion mixed double, and that's been so competitive in the last couple years.
Yeah, it's great to see sports, grow and become more exclusive, especially a sport like rowing that sort of has this barrier of entry across the board.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Nice shot here of our Dominican inclusion double as they pass the beautiful Camden County Boathouse. Thousand meters left to go here in the women's inclusion double final. Again, Pittsburgh and Dominican. Really impressed with the amount of length that this Pitt rower is able to get without using her legs. Nearly matching the bow seat.
Yeah, they are so in sync. Timing, angles, great line down the course.
Yeah, it's a good row.
It'll be cool to start filling out more lanes in this event in the future.
Yeah, we've seen it grow over the years at Dadville's. One of the difficulties with finding competition for para rowing is that there's different levels of para rowing. There's different classes to indicate different levels of disability. So even though you might fill it out, it might not be all things even across the board. So the goal is inclusion. At the end of the day, we want to get as many folks rowing as possible, and just highlighting these types of events can be super impactful.
Agreed.
But we're thankful to have it here at the Knecht Cup. And I just received a little bit of information here about the para events. Knecht Cup is highlighting the para events at the 2026 regatta, extending our commitment to collegiate sculling with the addition of men's and women's PR1, PR2, and PR3 singles and doubles. Singles, and then along with a men's and women's inclusion double. The PR3 single is now featured as an event at the U23 World Rowing Championships, and the Knecht Cup is pleased to support the development of candidates for this exciting new event. In addition, top finishers in each para event will receive an automatic invite to the U.S. Rowing Para Development Camp, Canadian Henley, provided that they meet the requirements and there are at least 3 entries in the category or 2 in the PR1 or PR2. All athletes who intend to compete at the Knecht Cup will have a chance to compete in further events as we see this boat from Pitt make their way down the course. Nice shot here of our spectator area and final stretch of the course.
That's so cool that they'll be extended an invite to a development camp like that. Our PR3 Coxed 4 has been doing so well at the Paralympics. They've been getting second and hitting that podium finish pretty consistently, but GB just keeps edging them out. So I'm hoping this cycle we can finally hit that gold.
Yeah, it's great to see the sport branching out as we see this Pitt boat make their way to the finish line. And big shout out to these rowers for finishing this up. And Pitt will cross the finish line here. Great race there from the inclusion double from Pittsburgh. Looks like we're underway here in our next event as we wait for the inclusion double from Dominican to cross the finish line. This is the final of the women's lightweight 4. Lane 1 on the right-hand side there is BU. Lane 2 is Georgetown. Lane 3, Radcliffe. Lane 4 is BU. Lane 5, Wisconsin. They're your leader. And in lane 6 is MIT. So it looks like Wisconsin out to an early lead over Radcliffe and BUA, followed by MIT, Georgetown, and BUB. In that women's lightweight 4, which looks to be about 600 meters into their race. And there is the boat from Dominican finishing up. Shout out to all of our para athletes here at the Knecht Cup Regatta. Thank you for your participation, and we hope to see more of you in the future. All right, women's lightweight 4. Unsurprising to see some of these teams here. We've seen all 6 of these programs competing in open weight categories with their lightweight programs, but here now just a lightweight 4 final. So all 6 of these crews are lightweight boats, and Wisconsin out in lane 5. Kroll, can you talk a little bit about the differences between, in your experience, if you have any coxing lightweights versus just watching, like the differences between what we might see in a lightweight boat versus an open weight boat?
Yeah, definitely. Just the efficiency that lightweights just naturally have to have in order to use every pound of their body weight is just exceptional. But just mentally, they have the same drive, same push, same hunger for it. It's so much fun coxing both.
500 meters left now here in this women's lightweight 4 final. A little bit further along than I initially realized as Wisconsin maintains this lead. Looks like second is Radcliffe there, Radcliffe University, or Radcliffe A rather, in lane 3, currently in second. BUA drifting off the back now into third. Looks like MIT over Georgetown, Georgetown over BUB to round out the full 6. Here comes Radcliffe, though, making a push onto our lead boat in Wisconsin. Radcliffe, again, for those who may not know, these are Harvard University students rowing for the Radcliffe lightweight women's team. .250 meters left now for our lead boats. Looks like Wisconsin maintaining a slight lead now on Radcliffe. Wisconsin 4 rowing out of a Hudson here. Making their way to the finish. And it does look as though they've been able to maintain an advantage over Radcliffe here, although it's close. Wisconsin wins the women's lightweight 4. Radcliffe second. Third place, BUA. MIT takes fourth. Georgetown and BU close finish for fifth. All right, just 2 boats here in this next event. 500 meters down here, we've got Gordon College and Case Western. That's Case Western in lane 3, and Gordon College, your leader, in lane 4.
Yeah, the thing with lightweight rowing is it really levels the playing field, whereas the open weights, you can just have so many various, masses and heights, but here it's pretty dead even, and you're really just comparing watt to watt.
Yeah, well, men's lightweight rowing has, dwindled over the years in my experience. I've watched the high school event pretty much get wiped out over the years, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. I don't know if we should be encouraging high school boys who are growing to try and stay under 155 pounds necessarily. College rowing, I've also seen some dangerous, stuff in men's lightweight rowing. I think the women's side is a little bit healthier, although still, some questions over the years there for sure. And I think as time has gone on, the lightweight men's events are the good lightweight rowers are all going to the same few schools across the country for the most part.
And now that they've taken out lightweight from the Olympics, it's hard to stay in a sport that doesn't have that avenue.
Right. 1,000 meters down here for Gordon. Case Western, just about a length or two off of them. Yeah, it's a shame too. I remember that lightweight 4 event was one of the most fun, it felt like, year in and year out at the Olympics every 4 years. I think everybody remembers the South Africa push in 2012 in London. Maybe the most famous Olympic rowing race we've had in a long time. So it's unfortunate to see it go, but these 4s, of course, still out there. And a Coxed lightweight 4, that's a heavy boat.
Yeah, that's a little mean.
But it's a good workout here for these 2 lightweight 4s. Gordon College looking good, continuing to press open this lead on Gordon, or rather on Case Western. Beautiful overhead shot here of our 2 lightweight 4s in the men's event. Gordon College on the left, Case Western Reserve on the right. Looks like 500 meters left to go now. Finish line cam here following our 2 boats in this men's lightweight event. A little bit of a dip to port there in Gordon, but they recovered well. Same issue there in the Case Western boat. Just missing a little bit of water, causing them to get unbalanced. Looks like they're trying to take a sprint here. Just a little bit frantic on the slide. Gordon looking much more collected. And Gordon College will finish up this men's lightweight 4 event. Case Western not far behind. And there is Case Western. And once we see Case Western finish, we will take a quick break here to thank some of our sponsors and highlight a few of our teams. And here we are with our freshman novice 4, 750 meters in. This race includes Lafayette in lane 1, Connecticut in lane 2. That's Colgate on your screen in lane 3, Temple in lane 4, lane 4, Fordham in lane 5, and Case Western Reserve in lane 6. And it is Fordham, lane 5, out in front there, followed by Colgate, then Lafayette, and Temple to, looks like about even there at the back of the pack between Case Western Reserve and Connecticut. But again, Fordham out of lane 5, your leader through 1,000 meters. There is that 1,000-meter mark. Really solid looking race so far from this Fordham boat. The 4 winners yesterday in the heats were Colgate, Temple, Yukon, and Fordham, with Lafayette and Case Western Reserve qualifying via time. And Fordham well out into the lead here through the third 500, looking really strong as they continue to push away from Colgate there.
It looks like Colgate's closing the gap a bit.
It does. Now that we're here with the drone, Colgate making a push now. Definitely outstroking the Fordham boat.
Oh, the geese.
Lots of geese on the course, and there's an issue there in that Colgate boat. He smacks one, the bowman of Colgate there, and that does cost them some time. Fordham clean through the geese, making up some of that lost time. Colgate recovering well. Looks like about 2 seats for Fordham now on Colgate, who was walking through them before bowman hit a goose with his blade. 500 meters left to go. Colgate recovering well. Luckily did not crab there as his blade was fully squared, just hanging above the water. And Colgate moving into first place here with every stroke, pushing Fordham away.
Ooh, they're coming. Oh, I think they're through.
Great move here by Colgate. Got stopped in their tracks a little bit and then picked it right back up. And you can see here, this is a good angle to show you just with every stroke, Colgate slightly increasing the lead. Look at the stroke seat of Colgate. Look across. He's about even with the coxswain of the Fordham boat now. 2:50 left to go. Colgate went early. Can Fordham respond and get their speed back up? Colgate continuing to push away. Now bow ball for the stern deck of Colgate.
Colgate might break my bucket theory.
And coming to the finish line here, it is Colgate continuing to open up into the final stretch. And they will win the Freshman Novice 4 event here at the Knecht Cup.
Wow, put them away.
Yay! And Fordham finishes second. That was a hilarious celebration. Big win early in the season there for that men's Freshman Novice 4 from Colgate. Always impressive as we see Temple finish third to see a team come back in a race like that, over 2,000 meters. Lafayette, I'm sure if you've been watching with us over the past couple days, you know how, at this level, almost how rare it is for boats to come back after 1,000 meters being that far down, especially in, a 4, as Case Western finishes up in 5th. So really impressive racing there from Colgate to stay calm, know their plan, and execute accordingly. Connecticut will finish 6th in that men's Freshman Novice 4 event as we move on to the women's event. Freshman Novice 4, we've got right to left on your screen, Jefferson in lane 1, Case Western Reserve in lane 2, Lafayette in lane 3, Monmouth in lane 4, Radcliffe lane 5, and lane 6 is Rhode Island. Lafayette, your early leader here through the first 250 meters of the race. Great start for them, and they are out and away here in the early goings of this women's Freshman Novice 4 event. 4 heats of this yesterday. The winners of those heats: Wisconsin, Robert Morris, Milwaukee School of Engineering, and Boston College. Lafayette actually finished 3rd in their heat. That can't be right. I'll try and fact check myself there because Lafayette here sitting in lane 3. Of course, understanding now this is the petite final of the women's Freshman Novice 4 event. We will have a grand final afterwards, so my apologies. This is the petite final, so Lafayette finished 3rd in their race yesterday, but one of the faster heats in this event, and they are off to a really nice start here. But a close race behind them, as it looks like Radcliffe in 2nd, followed by Monmouth, then Case Western, Jefferson in 5th, with Rhode Island off the pack in 6th. Lafayette, though, after a really nice start, feels like the rest of the pack is starting to reel them in a bit here. Leading the way is Radcliffe out there in lane 5. Monmouth going with them.
Oh, it looks like Radcliffe's coming.
Yeah, we just saw the Radcliffe women perform well. In the women's varsity 8 semifinal, winning their semi pretty handily. So, you know, just a deep lightweight program there for the Radcliffe women's. Been competitive in pretty much every race we've seen them in. And Monmouth and Radcliffe both are making a push. Lafayette went out strong and through 1,000 meters should have the lead, but over this second half, we'll have to fight to hang on as all 4 of these boats, lanes 1 through 5, are making a push onto the leader, Lafayette. There's the 1,000 meter mark. It's now just a 2-seat lead, 3-seat lead for Lafayette over Monmouth. Monmouth actually appearing to overtake Radcliffe now, if not going seat for seat with them. And then lanes 1 and 2 also making a nice push together, Jefferson and Case Western there. Lafayette hanging on, though, into this third 500. Things really tightening up here as we get closer to the final stretch of the race. And I believe Lafayette is going to be overtaken here by Radcliffe and Monmouth, and then shortly thereafter, Jefferson and Case Western. As you can see now, even with Monmouth, Radcliffe, and Lafayette. And it is Monmouth and Radcliffe inching out in front here in the outside lanes. Lafayette just starting to drift again. And man, lane 1 and 2 have caught the leaders now. So the speed exists in the inside lanes. All of these boats now, pretty much 5 boats across, maybe give the edge to Monmouth. This is shaping up to be a great finish here in this petite final for the women's freshman novice 4. And Lafayette dealing with some steering issues there. That could be the difference maker in a race this close. Monmouth really starting to push themselves away now. Radcliffe doing everything they can to just hang on to Monmouth. Case Western now looks to be in second. Jefferson right there with them, though. Really difficult to tell. Only things for certain, Monmouth is in 4th, Lafayette is in 5th. I'm sorry, Monmouth is in 1st, Lafayette is in 5th. The 3 boats in between, really difficult to tell. And there are the buoys indicating 500 meters left in this one. First to reach is Monmouth. Next there, looks like Radcliffe will get there, out in front of Case and Jefferson, who are pretty much dead even, and Lafayette continuing to drift back here. Case Western steering across their lane just a little bit here, allowing Jefferson to eke out in front. So Jefferson into 3rd place. Monmouth hanging tough up top in front. As a coxswain, what's your message when a race like this is as tight, almost anyone's game, coming into the final 500?
Oh, you have to stay so internal and controlled, and you have to execute that sprint. We don't want to see any kind of frantic rowing because we're just going to lose speed. So just making sure with every shift we are maintaining or gaining momentum.
Can you feel when the boat is slightly too frantic versus locked in? Can you feel those issues, even if maybe it's not manifesting in missed water or jumped slides? Is there a difference in a boat's energy at times?
Oh, absolutely. You can just feel the adrenaline and the nerves a bit. So here I would want to be very bold and punchy with my calls, but just slow the pace a bit to keep them dialed in.
250 meters left now. Looks like Monmouth maintaining just a slight lead. Bit of a mini issue there in that outside boat for Radcliffe. Jefferson looked to be pulling just about even with them. Again, I think the outside lanes have a bit of a favorable angle there. So I think Radcliffe is maintaining second. Jefferson looked to be in third. Case Western fourth. Lafayette fifth. But again, this is in Monmouth's hands now. Can they close the door? Yeah, you can see the stroke seat there for Radcliffe. Not even looking at the Monmouth boat. She's looking across at that Jefferson team to try and tell where they're at. I think based on her head, I think Jefferson is behind them, but difficult to tell. Monmouth, though, putting the finishing touches on this one. And Jefferson does overtake Radcliffe. It is Jefferson second, Radcliffe third, fourth to Case Western. What a finish there.
Wow.
Lafayette in fifth. So we are now, looks like we're on to the final there, but again, just a quick wrap up. Monmouth first, Jefferson second, Radcliffe third, Case fourth, Lafayette fifth, and Rhode Island in sixth. All right, we're about halfway through the grand final here of this same event. This is the women's freshman novice 4. On your screen there, from left to right, we're gonna have Delaware in lane 1. Now right to left. Delaware in lane 1, Milwaukee School of Engineering in lane 2, Wisconsin in lane 3, Robert Morris, your leader, in lane 4. Lane 5, Boston College, and in lane 6 is Monmouth University. So as I said, through 1,000 meters, Robert Morris by a seat over Wisconsin, Wisconsin by 2, 3 seats over Milwaukee School of Engineering, and then a pretty dead heat there between Delaware and Boston College, about a length back, maybe give the edge to BC in lane 5 for 4th. Just off the pace is Monmouth in lane 6. There is the Monmouth boat rowing out of lane 6. And this one seems to be tightening up just a little bit, as it does appear as though Wisconsin has overtaken that Robert Morris boat. So it is now Wisconsin out into the lead. And again, this is a lightweight boat here for Wisconsin rowing in this freshman novice event. Really clean finishes from that Wisconsin boat. Robert Morris now starting to fall back even further as Boston College and Milwaukee look to overtake them. Delaware remains in 5th in lane 1. Looks like Boston College into 2nd now. Could spell a little bit of trouble for that Wisconsin coxswain if they don't see the outside lane moving up.
Yeah, that's what's so hard about laying down in the bow. It's just that limited peripheral vision.
And you can see the coxswain from BC, great view, looking to her left for a moment there, of the Wisconsin boat. Wisconsin coxswain maybe not seeing them. I'm sure she can take a look across and see them now. But they might not have realized for a little bit there that BC had pulled out in front of this Robert Morris boat, and now BC drawing nearly even, maybe half a bow deck down on Wisconsin, but I think the speed is out there in lane 5 at the moment. Let's see if these coxswains can maintain these points through this final 500. Our lead 3 boats are Wisconsin, BC, and Robert Morris. Dropping into 4th, a bit off, is Milwaukee. Delaware alone in 5th. Well off is Monmouth in 6th, as you can see there. 300 meters left now. This is a tight one in the women's freshman novice 4. First place still up for grabs. Wisconsin and BC, your leaders, the last we saw overhead. will be difficult to tell. Camera person focusing in on BC. We'll try and tell exactly where they are. It did look like the bow person, when she looked across, was looking in front of her, so maybe a bit of an edge to BC here. There is the Wisconsin boat. It's going to be tight as they come flush with the camera. Just about there. I think BC does have it by a slight edge, and no, in fact, it is Wisco.
Oh.
And Wisco hangs on. BC second. Robert Morris finishes third. Fourth place to Milwaukee. Delaware fifth. And Monmouth takes sixth place. Great race there for the women's freshman novice 4 event. And there's Monmouth finishing up. Moving on to the second varsity 4s event, we'll have 3 sets of finals here for this women's second varsity 4. Essentially a third final here for this second petite. We've got in lane 1, Colgate, lane 2, Fairfield, lane 3, Yukon, lane 4, West Virginia, lane 5, Lehigh, and in lane 6 is West Virginia. So this is the third final of the women's second varsity 4. Your leader here is Yukon out of lane 3. Lane 4 there, West Virginia, not too far behind. Overhead shot here of our race as Yukon and West Virginia B begin to pull away from the rest of this group. Looks like West Virginia making a nice move here to draw closer to the Yukon boat as they approach the halfway mark of this one.
Ooh, wow, yeah, they're doing it.
What are you seeing in that West Virginia boat right now?
They're just so steady and consistent. It just looks like they're taking an inch or two. Oh, I think Yukon responded.
Yeah, Yukon felt them there, now moving away once again. Look to have drawn just about even, and at that 1,000 meter mark, Yukon took some kind of 10 and now sits back up 2 or 3 seats. Yukon understroking their opponent, which bodes well over the course of the second 1,000 if they can maintain this lead at a lower stroke rate. Should have more left in the tank at the end.
I think Yukon responded.
Yeah, Yukon felt them there, now moving away once again. Just about even, and at that 1,000 meter mark required. Took some kind of 10, and now sits back up to 3 seats. Yukon understroking their opponent, which bodes well over the course of the second 1,000 if they can maintain this lead. And Yukon continuing to press open here. Just extending that lead now to right around bow deck to stern deck in these 4s. So a nice move there at the start of the second half, and then slowly continuing to impress upon their lead as this third 500 has developed. Looking towards the back of the group there, it appears as though third place belongs to Colgate at the moment, Colgate B that is, in lane 1, although closely following them is Fairfield. Fifth place at the moment, Lehigh, and then sixth is that West Virginia Seaboat out in lane 6. But UConn and West Virginia duking it out here. And UConn continuing to press open here. Just extending that lead now to right around bow deck to stern deck. So a nice move there at the start of the second half. And then slowly UConn, West Virginia, an old school Big East rivalry, no longer in the same conference, however, these two schools. West Virginia hanging on here, same deficit as 300 meters ago, but UConn looking strong. That race for third is a good one, with Colgate and Fairfield pushing each other well in lanes 1 and 2. Give the edge to Colgate there. .250 left for our leaders. Final stretch here for UConn. Again, this is our third final, so competing for 13th place here. And UConn will cross first here in our petite final 2. Wisconsin B finishing second for 14th. And then we were trying to keep our attention on that Colgate Fairfield, and it is Colgate coming through. Fairfield finishes 4th, Lehigh 5th, and the West Virginia Seaboat will finish in 6th. And we are right on schedule here, if not a little ahead of schedule today. This is our petite final in the women's second varsity 4. We've got West Virginia A in lane 1, Delaware out in front there in lane 2, Jacksonville University in lane 3, BC lane 4, Temple B in lane 5, and Villanova in lane 6. So competing for spots 7 through 11 in this petite final. Out in front at the moment is Delaware. Again, seeing some of those geese crop up. That'll probably be an issue throughout the day here on the Cooper.
Makes for an exciting race story.
It's an outdoor sport. What can you say?
Yeah.
Nice shot across here of our boats in this petite final for the women's 2v4. Delaware looking strong there. You can see that bow number 2 peeking out in front. Looks like Jacksonville in second. Temple third, BC fourth, then Villanova, then West Virginia in this one. But Delaware, as you can see there, maintaining a slight advantage at the moment over Jacksonville in lane 3. But look for Jacksonville to take a move throughout the second half of this race to try and draw Delaware back in. That lead just decreasing ever so slightly for Delaware as we make our way through this third 500. Jacksonville outstroking the Blue Hens at the moment and moving through them in the process. Delaware, let's see how they respond. This is something we saw a lot yesterday. Boats in second and third make a push at around 600 meters, 500 meters. The boats in front then with the opportunity to respond as Jacksonville draws even with Delaware here.
Wow, you called that.
Just seen it. I think this Jacksonville program overall has been second half rowers from what I've seen over the past couple days. Seems like a program wide kind of talent or race plan to really emphasize the second half of the race, which, to be quite honest with you, I'm a fan of. I think if you can get to the second half of the race in good shape, you know, that's the ultimate goal. Set yourself up to row the second 1,000 faster than you rowed the first 1,000.
Right. And being used to racing from behind.
Yeah.
Knowing that, hey, we're down at the 1K, like, we're fine because we have a push.
That's where coxswains can be so important, right? Just trying to keep rowers from worrying about positioning almost. It's just, hey, that's my job. Don't even think about it. If I need you to think about it, I'll tell you.
Ooh, yep.
Allows the rowers to kind of turn their brain off a little bit. Doesn't always exist when you don't have, coxed fours or the smaller scull boats or sweep boats. But when you do have that coxswain, it can allow the athlete a little bit of mental reprieve. 250 for our leaders left. Again, we saw Jacksonville moving through that Delaware boat at around 600, 500. So we'll see as they come through here. It does look like Jacksonville has moved through Delaware there. Again, competing for places 7 through 12 here in the petite final. I think the question now is whether or not the other boats have been able to catch Delaware. As you can see, a nice push out of Villanova in lane 6, BC as well.
Ooh.
Let's see where Delaware's at as they come into frame. Don't see them yet. There is the winner. Wow, BC finishes second. Delaware got caught by a lot of boats. Okay, real quick. Looked like Jacksonville, BC, Temple, or rather Villanova third, Delaware fourth, Temple fifth, and then West Virginia there coming across in sixth. Really close race though. Maybe the closest race we've had all day, which bodes well for this race.
Yes, wow, dead even across.
This is the grand final here of the women's second varsity 4. As you can see, 6 boats across. We've got UMass in lane 1, Temple in lane 2, Drexel in lane 3, Colgate in lane 4, Bryant in lane 5, and Wisconsin in lane 6. So there were a ton of entries in this women's second varsity 4 event yesterday. So each one of these boats won their heat to guarantee their spot in this final. So no surprise to see, 6 boats duking it out here right now. Let's give the early edge. I'll try and figure out where we are on the course. Just started. Okay, so this is the start here. 250 into this one. Let's give the edge to Temple. Temple with a really nice start. Looks like UMass there going with them in second, but all 6 boats still well within contention here in the women's second varsity 4 grand final, shaping up to be a pretty good race. Now it looks like lane 5, that's Bryant University. Bryant making a push to get out there with Temple, who maintains the lead. Now UMass starting to fall back a little bit after a hot start. But Temple with a great first 500 here to open up a boat length on what is now Drexel and Bryant, their two closest competitors. Overhead shot here of our lead boat, still rowing at a pretty high rate here through the 550 meters of the race. And you can see just how severely they're outstroking that Drexel boat. We'll see if Drexel starts to reel them in as Temple settles down. But Temple looking good at this high rate so far. Good shot there. Let's call it Temple, Drexel, UMass now getting back into third position. Bryant falling back down into fourth, just about even with Colgate. Wisconsin in sixth, but not far in sixth. Temple continuing to open up, though. Looks like Drexel starting to get caught a little bit by the rest of the pack as Temple continues to increase that lead. So a really impressive race so far from Temple, dominating both the start and now the middle of the race. Really controlled from this stern pair in this Temple boat. Nice idea of how this is breaking down there. Looks like Colgate now moving into third. Drexel hanging on to second for the moment. UMass and Colgate vying for third. Fifth is a battle between Wisconsin and Bryant. And in fact, Wisconsin now moving up on the field. But Temple dominating for the first half of this race. Let's see if the rest of these boats can reel them in now over the back half. Try and take a look at some of these times from yesterday to get an idea. Drexel yesterday, 8:19. Colgate, 8:18. Temple, 7:58. Bryant, 8:42. UMass, 7:59. And Wisconsin, 8:12. So no surprise to see Temple out here. They had the fastest time across all heats yesterday. UMass with the second fastest time, the only other boat under 8 minutes. Looking good, and as we say that, UMass now moving into second place.
Wow.
So UMass closing that gap on Temple just a little bit. We'll see what they have over the last 750 of this one. But Temple looking really good. Drexel now in third. Drexel followed by Colgate, Bryant, and Wisconsin. Yeah, it's, comparing across heats is often such a, you can't do it. And I think this Bryant boat right now is a really great example of that. They finished 30 to 40 seconds slower than the rest of these boats yesterday, but their heat was so much slower. They actually do have, a competitive bone here in this race, despite being so much slower in their heat yesterday, which kind of talks to about, how your competitors in a heat can affect your time.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that nobody's been dropped Man, it's anybody's game for those 2nd through 6th spots.
Yeah, because Temple is just dominating still. Looks like UMass tried to make a push there. Temple held it off, now maintaining open water. So that race for second between UMass and Drexel, as Drexel makes their final push to try and get into podium position. Colgate hanging on in 4th. Wisconsin and Bryant duking it out in the outside lanes. But Temple looking awesome here.
Ooh, Wisco's coming.
Yeah, Wisco looks like they've got their eyes on a podium spot. Drexel tenuously in 3rd place at the moment. UMass not too much further out. But yeah, Wisconsin moved through that Bryant boat. Now about even with Colgate in 4th, if not overtaken. And there's still a good amount of time left in this race. I think we're going to see the red buoys in just a moment for Temple. And there they are. Looked like Wisconsin was drawing even with Drexel and UMass when we switched to the finish line cam, so a bit of suspense here. Temple should take this one, but 2nd through 4th looked to be really close with the speed out there with the lightweights of Wisconsin. There is our lead boat, Temple. And here they come to the finish line. We'll get a good idea here for a moment of how this looks. Temple, they're going to win easily. There's Wisconsin. There's Drexel.
Oh.
Wisconsin.
Oh.
Good call, Coral.
Ooh.
Wisconsin takes 2nd over Drexel. Drexel out in front of that UMass boat who couldn't hang on. And Colgate finishes 5th, 6th place to Bryant. Great race there in that women's 2nd varsity 4 final. Temple takes home the gold, silver to Wisconsin, Drexel the bronze. UMass, Colgate, Bryant. All right, meanwhile, we are now moving on to our varsity 4s for the women. We will have 4 finals here in this event. So this is the 4th final, or D final, of the women's varsity 4 event. We've got Embry-Riddle in lane 1, Marist in lane 2, Lehigh in lane 3, Bryant University in lane 4, Fairfield in lane 5, and Old Dominion in lane 6. So we actually had some semifinals for this last night to determine placing. These boats, I don't believe, rode in those semifinals. Oh, they did actually. Yeah, we had 3 semifinals yesterday. So this 4th final, some of these boats rode in the semis yesterday, some of them did not. But this is our 4th final. We've got Bryant University there in lane 4, out in front. There are your leaders from Bryant. $750 meters down. Looks like Bryant, followed by Marist in 2nd. Looks like Delaware, or Embry-Riddle rather, in 3rd. Lehigh in 4th. Fairfield 5th, Old Dominion in 6th, but it's close between Fairfield and Old Dominion out in lanes 5 and 6. But again, Bryant trying to hang on here as Marist makes a push in lane 2 here. Halfway through this one, you can see there the boats from Embry-Riddle and Marist as we switch back to the drone. Marist making a really nice push here onto Bryant University, and as you see that, it looks like Lehigh trying to make their way up into the conversation as well. Slow and controlled from that Lehigh boat in lane 3 at the moment. Gives you a better idea of how these boats are breaking out. From this angle, we've got Old Dominion there, closest to the screen. Strong row here, though, from Bryant. Couple strokes, missing some water there on the starboard side, but looks like they fixed it up. But they've got a push coming here. Marist kind of hanging about a length back, but Lehigh starting to move through both of these boats now. Really controlled in that Lehigh boat. Super slow compared to their competitors on the rate, but they're moving through them with their leg drive. You know, Lehigh rowing, this is a really interesting thing here. Lehigh rowing almost outstroking the Bryant boat, if not dead even with them here. And they did just raise their rate a little bit here, as I said that, but beforehand they were almost rowing the same rate despite being noticeably slower on the recovery, which it just goes to show you that they're really driving those legs on the drive here. So it's paying off. Lehigh is moving through both of these boats, and you can just see it in the run of the boat and the way that they're letting it glide underneath them in the recovery, that they feel confident here moving through the second half of this race. 500 left to go. Bryant is there first, Lehigh not far behind, and Marist crosses third. So 500 meters left to go now. Pretty close race here between these top 3 boats. Lehigh continuing to move through with every stroke.
Oh, wow. They're just walking.
Yeah, I saw it coming at the 1,000-meter mark. Their catches are just a little cleaner. They're moving through the water faster than the other boats, and their recovery looks really, really controlled. But Bryant now trying to make a last-ditch effort. All right, final stretch here, and Lehigh continuing to maintain about a length lead, pushing this open. That race for second is super close, though, as Marist also making their way through this Bryant boat, and they are now out in front. Looked like Marist had the speed there when we switched angles, so don't be shocked to see Marist up by a few seats by the time they get to the finish line, but check out this Lehigh boat.
They're still so long and relaxed.
Yeah, it's a great row. Almost feel like this Lehigh boat, if they can figure out their first 1,000, you know, could be a competitor in higher final levels as the season goes on. Because that's a really controlled row, and there is Marist eking out, taking the second place there. Bryant finishes third. Here comes fourth to Embry-Riddle, followed by Fairfield and Old Dominion. So a nice race there in that fourth final for the women's varsity 4. And we're off and running in final number 3, the C final here. We've got Robert Morris in lane 1, Temple in lane 2, BU is in lane 3, Villanova lane 4, MIT in lane 5, and LaSalle in lane 6. Excuse me. Through 500 looks to be a bit of a two-boat race between Temple and Villanova. Classic Big 5 school matchup. North Philly versus the Burbs. Shot here of the boat from LaSalle and MIT in lanes 6 and 5 respectively. Not too far behind our leaders. Classic sunglasses on the forehead, not on the eyes. Sorry.
Free speed.
She's gonna realize mid-race. Nice shot there of that Villanova boat. I was about to say it looked like Nova might have had a slight edge on Temple, and I think that is the case. Maybe half a bow deck in Villanova's favor right now. And then look at the race for third. It's 4 boats across there. Maybe give the edge to Robert Morris in lane 1, but should be a good one here, as there's not much separation through 750 meters between these boats. The nice thing about, you know, there's lots of finals here, but you know, the nice thing about, you know, the seeding from the heats yesterday is that we should have some good competition across finals as these boats, you know, find their level. Controlled in both the Nova and Temple boats. Now give the edge to Temple. Looks like Temple up. Temple moving at this point through Villanova. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 left to go. We'll see how Villanova responds. Nice move from Temple to get out in front, but still not much separation between them and Villanova here.
Yeah, keep an eye on that outside lane. Is that LaSalle?
That is the Explorers out there. They are starting to make a move. Looks like they've staked their claim to third, maybe going there with Robert Morris in lane 1. I think give the edge to LaSalle, but you're right, they've got some speed. They're starting to reel this Villanova boat in. A nice Big 5 top 3 potentially in this third final.
Oh.
And there's a nice, it is LaSalle in sole place of third, and Villanova has actually moved out into first, overtaken that Temple boat. So a nice third 500 here from Villanova. Looks like they've amped their rate up just a bit. Temple fighting back though, not out of it yet. And LaSalle continues to move up here. Stagnated a little bit now after a really nice move there in the middle of the race. And should be an exciting final 600 meters here. As Villanova, you can see stroke seat of Nova sitting about even with the coxswain of Temple. And same goes for Temple to LaSalle. LaSalle continuing to move through Temple here in that outside lane. And lane 1 making a push up now. Robert Morris trying to get back into the mix. Things tightening here as we head into the final 500. Villanova maintaining a solid advantage over Temple. Temple just barely hanging on now as LaSalle pushes on from the outside.
Wow, there might be enough room. I think LaSalle could do it.
There's definitely, they gotta go. They definitely gotta go.
Yes, they gotta go.
There's definitely enough space for them to take Temple. Nova's looking good though here. Oh, the drive, the send in the LaSalle boat is insane right now.
Oh, they're digging.
LaSalle even with Temple now. Maybe give the edge to the LaSalle boat. Villanova, though, hanging on. LaSalle is gaining on Villanova as well, but Nova's got a pretty solid lead here.
There might be enough room. I think LaSalle could do it.
250 left for our leaders. Nova fighting tooth and nail, trying to hang on. Temple, Nova, LaSalle. Some familiar names to locals here. I think Villanova's gonna do it. Looked like LaSalle just had a bit of an off stroke there. And as they come to the finish, Villanova has been able to hold on here.
Okay, where's Temple?
Yeah, they should populate the screen shortly as Villanova takes this one. And it's gonna be LaSalle just out in front of that Temple boat. Great row from LaSalle. Fourth place. Got it. Fourth place is Robert Morris, followed by MIT, and finally BU. All right, our petite final here, our B final. Final number 2 in the women's varsity 4 is lane 1, Georgetown, lane 2, UConn, lane 3, or rather lane 2 is Mercyhurst. Lane 3 is UConn, lane 4 West Virginia, lane 5 Delaware, and in lane 6 Sacred Heart. I believe the graphic on the screen is different than what I have on my heat sheet. And that is Mercyhurst in lane 2 there. So I think just flip it. Georgetown, lane 6 is actually in lane 1. And then the rest follows suit from there. Right teams, just a slightly different lineup there. But again, Georgetown, Mercyhurst, Connecticut, West Virginia, Delaware, and Sacred Heart. Inside look here at the boat from Sacred Heart. And our lead boat there looks to be West Virginia out in lane 4. Sacred Heart looking strong here though. Competing for 3rd, and they are in 3rd. It's West Virginia, followed by UConn, Sacred Heart in 3rd. Battle for 4th between Mercyhurst and Delaware there. And I wonder if we've seen a Georgetown scratch here in lane 1, because We got 3 referees. Both referees are up with this lead group of 5. West Virginia, though, maintaining a slight advantage right now over UConn. That's that bow number 3 you see peeking onto the screen. And you can see just how close it is between these two boats. UConn coxswain looking across. UConn just about pulling even now with this West Virginia boat at the halfway mark. And Sacred Heart still sitting strong in 3rd, not too far behind. This is when a race is tight like this and you're competing for the top spots, it's so hard, especially for a stroke seat, to not peak. Obviously, like, for those who may not know, rowing, looking out of the boat can be one of the biggest technical issues for younger rowers as they get started, because it's instinct almost to try and figure out where you are, and rowers have to kind of give themselves over to a greater good of hive mind energy almost, and just ignore their surroundings and let someone else worry about that at times. So, you know, one of the biggest critiques you'll see often is a rower constantly looking out of the boat. It's okay to take a peek from time to time, but you don't want to make a habit of it. This race is super tight though, and it's condensing as we get closer to the finish line, as this West Virginia boat is desperately trying to hang on. Connecticut, Sacred Heart, and Delaware all pushing here. Mercyhurst not far off either. Strong move here, though, from West Virginia. Connecticut going with them, and they're starting to open it up here, these two boats. Sacred Heart just falling off a little bit. .500 meters left to go now. The race between West Virginia and UConn remains a tight one here. Sacred Heart maintaining 3rd, and now Delaware trying to hold off Georgetown, or rather Mercyhurst, for 4th place. Second final here, competing for spots 7 through 11.
Oh, will UConn make the push?
They've sat at this 2-3 seed deficit for 1,000 meters now.
Now it looks like West Virginia's starting to pull away.
Yeah, nice move there from West Virginia to get up into sprint speed. 250 meters left. Narrowly avoiding the geese in between those two boats. And as we wind down here, just a heads up to any of our spectators out on the course, we have a few national team members at the U.S. rowing tent signing autographs. So if you're, interested in meeting some of the U.S. rowing team, getting an autograph signed, feel free to make your way down to the U.S. rowing tent. As West Virginia looks to put the finishing touches on this one. Delaware now making a push onto Sacred Heart, though. We'll see where Delaware ends up. This kind of came out of nowhere in the final 300 meters of this race. Looks like UConn going to maintain second, though. Oh, maybe not.
Oh.
Delaware and Sacred Heart both nabbed UConn there. What sprints there?
Wow, that was a photo finish.
Yeah, I think it looked like Delaware, Sacred Heart, UConn to my eye, followed by Mercyhurst there. But again, all official results can be found at KnechtCupRegatta.org. That was crazy. That they were pretty far down when we left the drone.
Right.
Yeah, so I was not expecting those two boats on the outside to make that push. They probably helped each other get there. All right, but moving on now to our grand final in the women's varsity 4 event. Again, all 6 of these boats won their semifinals or finished second in their semifinal. Rather, these were the top 3 finishers and then the top 3 times yesterday. That was the progression in the semifinal. So we've got in lane 1, Wisconsin. Lane 2, Jacksonville University. Lane 3 is UMass. Lane 4, Eastern Michigan. Lane 5 is Boston College, and in lane 6 is Drexel. So Jacksonville out to an early lead here. Here's a shot of this Drexel boat, along with BC next to them. There's the 500-meter mark. 1,500 meters left to go here in the grand final of the women's varsity 4 at the Knecht Cup. Some of the members of that U.S. rowing team that you can meet: Kate Nifton, Caitlin Knast, Eli Margolin, and Jess Thones. Hope I'm pronouncing Jess's last name correctly. Jess Thones, thank you. So go to the U.S. rowing tent and meet a few of our national team members. All right, attention back here to this women's varsity 4. That is Jacksonville with the lane 2 bow marker. They are your leader here. This camera is positioned at the Camden County Boathouse, right around 750 meters. Jacksonville rower coxswain seems to be most concerned with this BC boat, looking over her right shoulder. And in fact, she may be taking a look further down at Drexel. And she is, as I can see it now, she's looking at that Drexel boat. Tough to tell when we were flush there. It seems like Drexel's made a nice push over this second 500 to at least get into second, if not pull even. And you can see there, it's not much of a difference between Jacksonville and Drexel. And then closely following them are the boats from BC and UMass. So a really tight race at the top here. Race for fourth rather. Fifth is Wisconsin and UMass a little bit further off the pace. But Jacksonville and Drexel 1,000 meters into this one. And as you can see there, due to the cut of the course, it's actually Drexel out in front here by a handful of seats. You can see the buoys kind of cut across, favoring the outside lanes just a little bit. Drexel just hitting those buoy lines a few seats out in front, and now it is noticeable on camera as well. Drexel with a sizable lead now here in this women's 4 final. Jacksonville still hanging tough with them, and Boston College nipping at their heels still as well. UMass starting to fall off just a bit, or rather, it is in fact UMass, yes, falling off just a bit in 4th. Drexel looks great here in this third 500, continuing to open this up. And nice shot from our launch cam here of our lead crew That is the Dragons on the right-hand side of your screen in the yellow M-Pocker. BC next to them.
Ooh, BC's walking.
Yeah, BC has now overtaken Jacksonville as well. And let's see if Drexel can hold them off. When we were last with the drone, it was stern tip to bow ball for Drexel. Now the bow ball of that BC boat sitting on the bow seat of Drexel, moving through the Dragons. This should be a fun finish. 600 meters left to go as the outside lanes start to pull away, making it a two-boat race. Can Jacksonville and UMass get themselves back in contention here?
And nice shot from our launch cam here of our lead crew. That is the Dragons on the right-hand side of your screen. The yellow M-Pocker. BC next to them.
500 meters left to go. These are the women's varsity fours. These are likely some of the most talented rowers hailing from these programs in this varsity 4 event. And you can see here some really fast boats at the top of this one. Drexel maintaining and handling that Boston College move and starting to repel them now as well. Can Jacksonville catch BC? Looks like Jacksonville's trying to make a move back onto BC for second. But Drexel maintaining first well here. UMass starting to tighten things up as well with Jacksonville and that boat from BC. BC might have just gone a bit too early there as Jacksonville looks to catch them. Drexel 250 meters left to go in the lead and improving upon that lead as we go. Final stretch here for our leaders in this women's varsity 4 final. Drexel looking good. BC maintaining just that length deficit here. And the winners of the varsity 4 in the Knecht Cup. It is Drexel. BC takes second, Jacksonville third. UMass finishes fourth. Some excitement in that Drexel boat upon finishing. Eastern Michigan finishes fifth. Wisconsin, sixth. All right, that'll do it for the women's varsity 4. Drexel, your winner at the 2026 Knecht Cup. All right, next up on the course is the men's second varsity 4 final. Just 3 boats here. In this one, we've got Lehigh in lane 3, Colgate in lane 4, and Mercyhurst in lane 5. And as you can see, the boat from Colgate well out in front here through 750 meters. Second currently belongs to Mercyhurst in lane 5, Lehigh in third at the moment. Shot of our leaders here from Colgate. Nice overhead here of our solo leaders from Colgate as they mark this men's 2V race as their own.
Second currently belongs
All right. All right, back on the broadcast now is Mark Valenti. Thanks so much to Coral Kasdan for joining us. Mark, back from presenting an award down at the medal dock. How's it going down there?
Very well. It's Laura's done a great job. She and her family and some other helpers getting everybody onto and getting their medals, trophies, plaques, and plenty of photos. I think photos for family, coaches, and ADs are more important than medals and plaques. But the beautiful day that we've had so far certainly makes for nice ceremonies and for excellent rowing.
Yeah, the course is, you know, there was a little bit of chop earlier. I was wondering if it was the activity or the wind had picked up, but it looks to have calmed down now, and we've got some really calm water for this Colgate second varsity 4 to row through.
This is where we are. I say we're pretty much back on time, if even a little bit ahead of schedule, with a little blip about an hour ago.
Yeah, only 3 boats. It's really interesting to see the disparity between the men's and women's events here at the Knecht Cup. Obviously, a lot more women entries this year at the Knecht Cup, but just to see like an event like the second 4, there's 3 entries in the men's event, and there were 6 heats yesterday for the women. So just a kind of a difference of priorities and programs, and you know who we might see here, and the types of programs. Lots more D1 women's programs here at the Knecht Cup.
Well, so much of the growth in women's rowing across the board from D1 to D3 is obviously a result of Title IX and compliance by the participating schools. Just as a very brief account that I've sort of made for myself, you know, a D1 school that has a top 10 basketball team, a top 10 football team, and the kinds of money that is invested in those programs, and they make money for all the other sports, to be sure. You can't have 60 women on a volleyball team. You can't have 80 women on a softball team. You can have 100 women on a rowing team at a school the size of, say, Virginia, Wisco, Michigan. They may not have those numbers in the spring, but they take account in the fall when they're rowing in the head races and the like, and they meet their requirements. Especially when you spend $10 million on a boathouse for the women and the men are rowing out of the yard.
Finishing up here for Colgate. They will win this men's second varsity 4 at the Knecht Cup without much drama. Looking strong. Muted celebration.
Colgate already have made many trips to the award stock in the first 3 hours this morning.
Yeah, the young men from Colgate performing well here at the Knecht Cup, winning both the double and pair, and now the second varsity 4, and also the favorites potentially in the varsity 4 event in just a few moments.
The Colgate men won the freshman 4, for which I was honored to present the trophy and the medals, and they had only been on the water up there in Hamilton for 3 weeks. They did some winter training down in Florida, but on their home water, they've only been on the water 3 weeks. Yeah, yeah. They're waiting for you to say something. Oh, okay, sorry. Catching up to the event here, a little interruption amongst the commentators. This is the men's varsity 4 petite final, scheduled to be 3 boats. It looks like Stevens Tech has decided to scratch from the event. It's Oklahoma City well in charge in lane 3 in the middle, and Lehigh in lane 4, about 4 boat lengths behind.
Yeah, nice shot here of this Oklahoma City boat. Yeah, it seems as though, just taking a look at the heats from yesterday, Oklahoma City finished 5th in their heat, maybe just a victim of a faster heat yesterday, as Lehigh and Stevens, who was supposed to be in this race, both were much slower in their heats than this Oklahoma City boat. Which tells me we're probably set up for a fast final in this men's varsity 4 event if this Oklahoma City boat was unable to qualify, because they look pretty solid here through 1,250 meters, just about, or rather 1,750. Apologies there, but we just saw that Oklahoma City 4 win the petite final, finishing in 7th place overall. Lehigh will follow them in 8th in just a few moments. And that should set up what should be a pretty exciting final in the men's varsity 4 as Lehigh crosses the line.
I will note in the men's varsity 4, the next race that will be on the course, Temple University have 3 boats that have made it through to the final here. And Coach Cunningham, I don't know that he'd have these guys doubling up from one of his 8s, but that's some great racing to place 3 boats in a 6-boat final.
Yeah, and speaking of Temple, looks like they're out in front here. There's the lineup for this one. We've got Temple C in lane 1, MIT in lane 2, Colgate in lane 3. Your leaders there, lane 4, that's Temple A. Temple B not far behind in lane 5. And Fairfield out there on your screen as well in lane 6.
Yeah, Temple A have quite a lead here in the first 600 meters or so, and we just came up to 500, I guess.
Yep, yeah, 600 is just about right.
Yeah.
Looks like about even there. If you go back to second there between Colgate and that Temple B boat. Again, the Colgate program looking pretty good so far. We'll be back in just a moment. And as we make our way further down in this men's varsity 4, it is that Temple A boat maintaining just a slight lead here over Colgate and Temple B, a close one. And that Temple boat continuing to press open that lead here. Not much at all between Colgate and Temple B here, though, for the silver medal at the moment. Beautiful overhead shot. Looks like that Temple B boat just starting to pull away slightly from Colgate here as they enter into the final 500. You see the red buoy line there. Temple A continuing to open up. And the race for second still tight. You can see maybe 2 seats advantage for Temple B in lane 5 there over lane 3 Colgate. It's really incredible. The drone coverage has really transformed, spectating for the sport of rowing. Previously just dealing with those sideline cameras, you're kind of in the position of a spectator. You can't really tell until the boats go by where they're at. The drones give us a super accurate look at how the race is shaping up.
I know from personal experience that when the advent of wakeless launches, never as wakeless as rowers would like them to be, came about, and the IRA regattas were held here some 30 years ago, I used to chase the races in lane 6 with a cameraman and a commentator, or play-by-play coverage from out in lane 6, and of course creates, no matter how wakeless they say they are, a bit of trouble on the water for the following races, and you could never get any further ahead on the race than the trailing boat. But he had somebody on the water that could comment and advise the listening audience down at the finish line what was going on. It helped a bit, but the advent of these...
Ooh, what a finish there. Sorry to interrupt you, Mark.
Yep.
Temple ended up winning.
Yep.
Oh man, that is a bit of frustration there from the Temple B boat as they came in third to Colgate. Looked like Colgate was just able to edge them out, and some frustrations boiling over there at that finish.
Colgate Temple has been a long-standing friendly rivalry between the two schools of some 30 years, especially at the Dadvale. Back in several years ago when Gavin White was dominating the Dadvale Regatta with Temple, and the then, I guess, still Colgate coach had been training at Penn AC at the same time. So those two coaches, Gavin White no longer able to work with the Temple program.
All right, and we are now on to the petite final here of the Division III Women's Varsity 4. We've got lane 1, Case Western Reserve, lane 2, Stockton University, lane 3, Haverford College, lane 4, Franklin and Marshall, and in lane 5, Gordon College. Got a good race developing here in this petite final for the women's Division III Varsity 4 event. Looks like that boat from Stockton out there in lane 2, looking to be your leader through 500 meters here. And a nice overhead shot here as we see the order of operations. We got Stockton, lane 2, Haverford College, lane 3 in second. Looks like Franklin and Marshall in third, followed by Gordon College. And then out there in lane 1, Case Western in fifth at the moment. But Stockton here out in front of the petite final. And you see how tight this race is here between Stockton and Haverford College. Looks like Haverford College making a push up here. Two boats about even at the moment. Stockton and Haverford College. All right. As we take a look there at that petite final coming into the final 500, I am now joined on the broadcast by a few members of our U.S. women's national team. Sitting here with me are Kate Nifton, Caitlin Knast, and Eli Margolin. Thank you, ladies, so much for joining us. How's it going today?
Hi, good. It's a little bit warmer than we're used to, so happy to be here.
Thank you guys
welcome.
so much for having us.
Yeah, welcome. So, I guess if I could just start by asking you guys to tell us a little bit about your rowing journey and how you got started in the sport, what your experience with college rowing was like, and what brings you here today.
I started rowing at Texas Rowing Center in Austin, Texas.
And real quick, for the listeners, can you introduce yourself so they can know your voice?
Yes. My name's Kate Nifton. I'm from Austin, Texas, rowed at Texas Rowing Center, and then went on to row at the University of Texas in college. And I started my sophomore year of high school, so I think maybe a little later or around the same time as a lot of people. And then recently fully moved full-time to Princeton, New Jersey to train with the U.S. national team.
And Kate's done such a fabulous job with elevating the sport on social media. I do have to say, you can find Kate on TikTok, Instagram, probably anywhere that you intake social media, but she's done an awesome job with getting the sport out into, new listeners. My name is Caitlin Knast. You can also find me on Instagram if you want. But I started rowing in high school up in Connecticut at Connecticut Boat Club, an all-girls program, and did that for 3 years. Then went to Stanford University out in California. And then made my way back to the East Coast, also training in Princeton, New Jersey, or in Sarasota, Florida. So happy to be here. We were signing some autographs down at the finish line earlier. If you didn't catch us, but definitely check out the U.S. Rowing Tent. They have bars and all sorts of goodies to take.
And then my name is Eli Margolin. I actually started rowing in college. I was a walk-on at Stanford. And now I train primarily between Boston and right across the bridge in Philadelphia.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for being here today. As we take a look back real quick at this petite final, looks like Haverford College moved out into sole possession of first here. Stockton has also been overtaken by that Franklin and Marshall boat here. Again, these crews competing for 7th through 11th place here. Again, we have Case Western, Stockton, Haverford, Franklin and Marshall, and Gordon. So just under 250 meters left to go in this one. If I could just ask you, as this is such a huge college race early in the season, what are your thoughts on the Knecht Cup as you've experienced it this weekend, and how does it remind you of your college days, and are you guys having fun? I guess is the question for any of you.
Well, it's definitely early in the season, so anything can happen. I feel like getting as many 2Ks as you can under your belt before whatever championship that you're going for is always going to be a plus. I feel like there's no better practice than just to do the entire thing. And you can practice starts, you can practice sprints, but you got to be able to put it together on the day and for an entire 2K. So I think it's just amazing to get boats together, make sure that you've got a rhythm, and then a place to start at least.
Definitely. It's been super cool. I think this is all of our first time at the regatta, but just seeing the energy of everything. A lot of us were talking that we primarily did scrimmages in college, so just seeing so many boats here, so many different events, all the vendors and the Jumbotron, it's just been super cool to see.
Yeah, I think, like Kate said, seen a lot of scrimmages so far this season also, so I think, being able to race 4, 5, 6 across is just such a great opportunity, especially so early in the year.
Yeah, so for folks who don't know, the normal college racing is a couple of teams will meet, over weekends and run, whatever the coaches, however they want to run. It's rare this early in the season to have cup-style racing like this, something that most boats will only experience towards the end of the championship season. So, just being able to get that experience of rowing multiple pieces across a weekend is a big leg up for some of these teams who will likely be back here for Dadvales, or, if not here, rowing in their conference championships as well. Can you guys talk a little bit about, your experiences in college, what you remember most fondly about college rowing for yourselves? Sorry, let me interrupt my own question as I introduce this race. We've got the grand final here of the Division III Women's Varsity 4. We've got Case Western, Gordon College, Case Western B, Milwaukee School of Engineering, Maryland, and Washington College here. In the Women's Varsity 4 Division III final, looks like the Milwaukee School of Engineering out to a good lead. Milwaukee, Gordon, and Case Western here, your 3 lead boats. Maybe give the edge to Gordon through the first 750. So sorry to interrupt my own question, but as you're here, are you guys reminded at all of your own college careers? What kind of memories does it bring back, and what do you look back most fondly on from your time rowing in college?
Yeah, I mean, just watching, different boats win, I think it definitely reminds me of that, entire sense of community on the team. At Stanford, we had always said everybody gets a ring. So, you're winning a national championship and everybody gets a championship ring, whether you made it to NCAAs or not. We're in the 4 and maybe that didn't go well or whatever. Everybody would get a ring if you won a championship. So it really just builds the team from the bottom up. And, then every seat matters, every boat matters, every second matters. But, it definitely is a unifying feeling, and it's awesome to be able to cheer your teammates on, and that doesn't detract from your performance. So I'm stoked for these girls. I think whether you had a good performance or not, I think it's going to definitely be like a good bonding moment. And I remember being in hotel rooms with somebody who I'd never talked to before, and got to know them as a person. And I think then you really again, same thing, just bonding with your teammates. It was definitely an amazing experience, and one that, I wish I could totally go back to. But
yeah, awesome.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's one of the biggest parts about the collegiate rowing experience is like the big teams. I know today we met some people from teams that are on like 40 or 50 person rosters, which is really cool because all of us are training now in a bit smaller groups than we're used to from college. And I definitely think just seeing everyone support each other and the way everyone's cheering each other on through all of the races has been really cool.
Yeah, and Eli, as a walk-on, kind of a uniquer experience, what was different about, coming into the program for yourself as a newer rower, learning the ropes, and what do you remember most fondly yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that's been so great this weekend as someone who learned to row in college has been meeting young rowers who are saying, this is my first year, this is like my first big race. And that process of falling in love with the sport, it's, such a great sport, such a great community. And so it's fun to watch sort of younger rowers fall in love with it the way I did when I first started.
Yeah, plus they've been so cute this weekend. We met a coxswain who was texted last night and asked if she could scull today.
Wow.
And I just love that part about collegiate rowing. You're not exactly sure what's going to happen. You might just have to switch sides on the day of racing, but you just show up and you're ready, and whatever it means to be just an athlete. It's not really about being a rower because everyone can kind of do anything at any given point. So it's good to know the sport inside and out, and just the girls have been the girls that we've met from signing at the U.S. rowing tent. Everyone's helping out with each other's race day hair or their race day nails, and like everyone has definitely come up with like a huge group of teammates, and they're all best friends. And I think it's just awesome to see the sport bring people together in that way.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. We've got about 500 meters left here in this women's varsity 4 final. That boat from Haverford College, or rather, that boat from Milwaukee School of Engineering. Sorry, looking at the wrong race. Continues to strike out in first, out of lane 4, followed by Case Western A there in second, and that is Gordon College in third. Fourth place is the Case Western B boat. Fifth at the moment is Washington College in lane 6, with Maryland currently in 6th place. Again, this is the grand final of the Division III Women's Varsity 4. So, you talked a little bit about meeting some of the young athletes that we have here this weekend. Your careers have obviously continued past your college days. What is your best advice to young women who might be looking to continue their careers, whether it be national team or just as a lifelong skill as they come to the end of their college career?
I would definitely say like taking things one day at a time, and then something our coach would always tell us, Dave, in college, like not letting the highs get too high or the lows get too low. Like I think especially when you have really big goals in the sport, it can be easy to want to look ahead and just focus on the future rather than staying present and like what you have to do in that moment. And everyone experiences highs and lows, especially in a sport like rowing. No one's had a smooth path all the way from beginning to end. So just like really keeping that in mind and knowing that all the people that you're on the national team, when like you see having so much success, they've had like struggles through the sport just like anyone else.
Yeah, I also think one of the good lessons, at least I've tried to take out of being on the national team, is just bloom where you're planted. It might not be the exact thing that you had originally wanted, but you can make the best of the situation. You know, if you're not in the priority boat and you're in the B boat or you're in the C boat, like, you know, at least you can go through the things of what you're grateful for, that you've at least made the team, that you're healthy. You know, you can run through your own list and then, you know, make the best of the situation, because you never know. Maybe somebody in the A boat gets injured and now you're in, and now that's your time. And with all the work that you've put in, and you know, the perseverance and the grit that you've shown. So it's kind of one of those things that it's not over until it's over. You know, you got to keep rowing until the buzzer sounds.
Of course, yeah. Real quick, Eli, before you answer, we just saw Milwaukee School of Engineering win the Division III Women's Varsity 4 with silver to Case Western. Gordon College in third. Here's Case Western finishing in fourth. We will likely see Washington College finish fifth and Maryland in sixth. As we take a look ahead at the men's varsity 4 Division II, Division III final on the course. But Eli, I wanted to hear your thoughts as well on some of the advice that you might give to younger athletes looking to continue their rowing careers after school.
I mean, I think, you know, very similar to what Caitlin said, the biggest thing to keep in mind is there is no one path to a national team. There are people who, you know, make a national team right out of college. I didn't make my first national team until almost like 10 years out of college. So I think, you know, just keeping in mind that your path is the one that's best for you, and to not try and emulate someone else's, because everyone's path to a national team is going to be different.
Great, thank you so much. Again, just a quick lineup here for this men's varsity 4 Division II, Division III final. From right to left on your screen there, in lane 1 is Gordon College. Lane 2 is Ithaca. Lane 3, Case Western Reserve. Lane 4 is also Case Western Reserve. Lane 5 is Stockton University, and in lane 6 is Franklin and Marshall. And you can see there that boat from Case Western Reserve in lane 4, your leader. This is our only final here in this men's Division II, Division III varsity event. Nice shot there of the boats from Ithaca and Case Western. So as you guys have been watching, have there been, you know, any programs or any specific teams that have stood out to you? And if so, if not, you know, what have some have been the highlights of this weekend so far? You know, outside of meeting some of the rowers, you know, in terms of the actual racing, has there been anything that stood out to you about this race? Obviously, it's early in the season, but you know, it's still cool to get a sense of where some of these programs are at.
As a para rower, I would just want to say how awesome it has been to see para events at a big college regatta like this. Mm-hmm. You know, I think para rowing is still growing, but it's been really, really cool to see, you know, inclusive doubles, you know, PR3-1, PR3-2 or PR2 events at a big college regatta like this. And I think the more that we can do as a sport to support para rowing just sets us up for, you know, the best position for LA and, you know, all the Paralympic games that come after it.
Yeah, that's great. That's super interesting. And we were talking a lot earlier during the inclusive double about how, you know, the sport has grown so much in the last 10 years, where you're starting to see, you know, college races that you never would have seen before include these events. That it's such a fascinating sport, and you know, for a sport that, you know, there's a lot of talk about how it can be more inclusive. It's really exciting to see. You mentioned, you know, LA. That is in a couple of years. Do you guys have your sights set on LA coming up?
Yeah, I think all of us are training kind of as like hopefuls for the LA team, but of course there's a lot of steps along the way as well. Like each summer we have our world championships. That's kind of the non-Olympic year, Olympics in a way. So all of us are training this year with hopes of making that team, and then the following for the next year, and then ultimately LA in 2028.
Nice. Well, we are finishing up here in this men's varsity Division II, Division III 4 event. We've got Case Western well out in front, and that race for second place is involved as we see some of the MIT boats making their way up the course. All right, and I just wanted to give a big thank you to our U.S. national team athletes, Kate, Caitlin, and Eli. Thank you so much for joining us, and again, thank you for your inspiration to these younger rowers as they make their way down the course. Apologies for that bit of a delay there. We did see Case Western take home the gold in that men's varsity 4 Division II, Division III event. Now out onto the course is the women's club 4 Division I, Division II. This is also a grand final. We've got in lane 1, George Mason, lane 2, New Hampshire, lane 3, Lafayette, lane 4, Nova Southeastern, and in lane 5, Jefferson. Lane 6 is Pitt. There's Pitt on your screen there. Again, just a big thank you to those national team athletes for coming and sharing some of their thoughts. It's a pleasure to have them here at the Knecht Cup. And again, they talk often about how, you know, there's no one path to a national team rowing career, and we could be seeing some of these rowers here at the Knecht Cup in 2026 making national teams in future years. All right, back here to some of this action. We've got, what is it, the 1,000 meters down here in this women's Division I, Division II Club 4 final. Looks as though we've got that boat from George Mason in lane 1, leading those four at the back. But as you can see, it is a two-boat race here between Lafayette in lane 3 and Nova Southeastern in lane 4, with Lafayette holding the early advantage through 1,200 meters.
All right, back here to some of this action. We got 1,000 meters down here in this women's Division I, Division II Club 4 final.
Shot there of the boat from Pitt. And the lead boat here from Lafayette, continuing to pull away from Nova Southeastern there, who sits in second. And again, this is the final for the women's club, I should say, Division I, Division II final. So these are club programs. Mark, do you know anything? Can you shine a little light on what it means to be a club college program?
As best I know, they are not specifically NCAA eligible once it gets to the championship events towards the latter part of the season. It is somewhat dependent upon the individual institutions as to whether or not they're funded by the athletic department or independently. I don't know the strict rules about club boats as opposed to varsity level boats.
Well, that's great. Thank you so much. I think it just shines that, you know, these club programs are self-funded. They run themselves. They hire their own coaches in a lot of the instances. So these athletes are actually, you know, helping keep their program alive here.
Oh, no, I'm on. No.
Nice overhead shot here
Thanks.
of Lafayette, and you can see their lead continuing to increase into the final 250 of this one. Finish line cam here showing you our lead boat from Lafayette, Nova Southeastern, just over their left-hand side. And finishing touches here as Lafayette takes home the win in the Women's Club 4 Division I II final. Nova Southeastern in second. And we'll have a bit of a wait here for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth as they make their way down.
Nova Southeastern will have a long ride back to Florida. Lafayette, not long a ride, and a very joyous ride back to Easton, Pennsylvania.
What a finish
Bang,
there,
bang,
really
bang.
close to call.
Third, fourth,
Looked like
and fifth.
New Hampshire in lane 2 might have been the first there, out in front of Jefferson and Pittsburgh, respectively. George Mason finishing in a definitive 6th. Again, this angle is not 100% dead on here at the finish line camera, I should remind folks, so what can be deceiving. We'll try and get you results, but if we can't, all results, official results are updated quite quickly at KnechtCupRegatta.com. So again, go to KnechtCupRegatta.com for all official results. They should be updated quite quickly, but the broadcast turns its attention now to the men's Club 4 Division 1 final. This is from right to left in lane 1, New Hampshire, lane 2, Connecticut, lane 3, your leader right there, Lafayette, lane 4 is Fordham A, lane 5 is also Fordham A, and then lane 6 is George Mason. So 2 Fordham boats here, and Lafayette looking strong, hoping to follow up that gold medal in the girls club event, or the women's club event rather, with a men's win in the same event. Looking strong here.
Get a nice shot of the beautiful Camden County Boathouse at Cooper River and the surrounding park and business district. They've done a great job each year improving the facilities here, making for some great rowing.
1,000 meters down, 1,000 left to go here in this men's Club 4 Division 1 final. A nice shot there. That is lane 4, Fordham, currently in second place. You can see the wake from that Lafayette boat just off to the left. And there's an overhead shot showing you the Lafayette boat. These shots are really great. They show you, the aesthetic nature of the sport, but also they can show you just how in sync that boat from Lafayette is, rowing at pretty much the same length across all 4 rowers, in and out together at the same time, picking up the boat with each catch.
And this is a view that really gives one an appreciation of the movement within the confines of the boat. The 2 port side guys pivoting out to their right side, the 2 starboard side rowers pivoting out to their left side in very, very close synchronous movement, the way it should be. And when it's done properly, it's very graceful, almost balletic, especially in an 8 that rows well. Just to see all 8 of them moving in unison, both, in my mind, I call it balletic and robotic. Seems like an odd combination, but that's kind of what you're striving for.
.500 meters left to go now for our lead boat in Lafayette. They continue to open up this lead, looking really strong. Every stroke deliberate and intense here for this boat from Lafayette. See that Fordham Rams boat there in lane 4, not too far behind, but continuing to fall off just a little bit. Looking strong still. Yeah, the big difference I'm seeing in between these 2 boats right now is just the drive length between this Lafayette boat. Both boats are rowing well together and in sync. Lafayette just really connected at that catch point and driving through to a clean finish. Rowing a really clean race, not a lot of backsplash, just getting their catches in at the right time. Impressive row here from Lafayette. And your leader is coming in to the finish here. Again, taking home the gold at the Knecht Cup. in the men's club 4 Division I final is Lafayette. Second place to Fordham out of lane 4. And Fordham finishing in 3rd as well out of lane 5. New Hampshire finishing 4th. George Mason 5th, closely followed by UConn in 6th.
Well, back-to-back wins by the Leopards of Lehigh. There'll be 10 rowers at least hauling gold back to the hills of Easton above the Lehigh River.
And we'll be back here with our next race. For the women's quad, we're going to have a quick break for some commercials. And never mind, we're going to roll through it here into this women's quad event. Just 3 boats here, not a discipline you see often at the collegiate level. The quad, we've got Gordon College in lane 2, Oklahoma City in lane 3, and Bryn Mawr College in lane 4. Oklahoma City, the sculling program we've talked about a good bit so far, looking strong here in this women's quad event. Mark, what can you tell me? This is the first we're seeing of the quads this weekend. What's unique about the quad event? What makes it difficult? What makes it fun? If you have any insight.
Well, it's obviously sculling, and it's growing in the collegiate level. I can remember back some 35 years ago when I was coaching at LaSalle University, the A10 conference purchased, I don't know, 10 or a dozen quads from Vespoli and gave them to all the respective schools, LaSalle, St. Joe's, Manhattan, Fordham. We all had quads to promote sculling, specifically amongst women's programs, enlarging women's programs for Title IX compliance. And it went well the first few years that I was familiar with rowing here in what was back then the Villanova Invitational, from which this regatta was born. Actually, it was born as a LaSalle University Invitational back in 1988, where we had maybe 8 or 10 schools from the East Coast come here in very Spartan conditions. No buoys, no starting platforms, no finish line tower. It was pretty crude racing, but it was the genesis of what has come 35 years later to be the Knecht Cup. And it was the first opportunity that some of the schools ever had to let the women compete in a quad. I suspect in a school like this, Oklahoma City, that focuses on sculling, some of these women may have rowed earlier this weekend in either singles or doubles.
Yeah, I believe the stroke seat, if it's correct to the order, is the young woman who won the single event earlier this morning.
Well, good for her. She's leading the other 3. Sculling, I love to see. All coaches, I believe, especially at the high school level or pre-high school, would love to make their potential rowers learn to scull first.
I don't know about all, Coach.
I know some. You got to put them in a boat and put them on a side right away in sweet bowing. but sculling, there's more finesse involved in sculling,
Definitely.
especially as you get down to the smaller boats.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that finesse at the catch. I think it's something that, you can see it in this Bryn Mawr boat a little bit. The catch for a sweep rower versus the catch for a scull rower can be very different experiences.
Well, you're not loading up quite so much as you are in a sculling boat because you have two of them. You're not loading up as much on either side as you would be loading up on a big sweep oar with the big blade. And here's the lead boat.
Yeah, they
all
look
you
great.
have to. Is this Oklahoma City?
This is Oklahoma City.
Yeah,
Actually,
all
they
you
look
have
great.
to do is look at these four women and see this is what good sculling is all about.
Yeah, what are you seeing?
8 blades almost in perfect synchrony and perfect geometry. Now there's going to be there's probably a difference in these women of let's say 5'6" and 5'10". So there's going to be a little bit difference at either the catch angle or the finish angle simply by biometrics, taller, shorter, longer legs, those kinds of considerations. But they put it together. Whatever the personnel are in this boat, they're extremely well coached, well trained, and have put it together. And seeing any boat moving along is a joy to watch. Seeing a sculling boat, especially a quad, and now there are more and more programs to putting sculling riggers on 8s, is just fun boat to watch as a coach, especially.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
Sorry.
ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you don't see a ton of oct racing, maybe none at all in the high school or collegiate events. Quads, though, have been popular at the high school level for a while, seem to be growing in popularity in the collegiate level. Since I've been calling collegiate races, I'm seeing more and more of them. And quads can be quite fun to row. They're actually often going to be the second fastest boats that we see at these races outside of the 8s.
It's fun to row when you get to be in your late 70s, when you can find 4 guys that still enjoy rowing, not racing, but rowing for recreation and fitness, and still making an effort to get 8 blades in and out of the water at the same time.
Hey.
Not like this, but
No, these women are quite good, and it's a joy to watch this right now. You can just see their catches, their arms going out at the same time, completely in sync.
And at this level, you don't have to deal with pesky coxswains.
You don't have to share the river too much.
Although a growing event at the scholastic level, junior and scholastic level, is quad width. A boat identical to this.
I'm going to be honest. I saw the next event. Not to get ahead of ourselves here, but the next event is a boat that I've never seen before.
Yeah, no, it's pretty simple. If you have a 4 width, you just put sculling riggers on it, and then you have a quad width. I'm all for it.
Why are you? I'll be honest. My gut reaction is negative to those boats. So
why have to carry a pesky coxswain?
100%.
They're especially. All right,
No,
we're being a little silly here.
Yeah.
But for beginning scullers, young people that are learning to scull, you don't have to worry about steering. It's easy. It's difficult enough to learn a single by starting off in a gig and working your way down to a racing single, because only one person is in control of the boat.
Yeah, it's funny.
Learning is a lot easier to scull to learn with a coach. Number one, you can coach 4 people at a time instead of 1 person at a time in a gig, and you have the coxswain to steer the boat until such time as they're able to steer. So the transition from a quad width to a quad to a double to a single is pretty easy if you have a sculling program or you want to incorporate a sculling program into your sweep program.
Oklahoma City just won that women's varsity quad event. Yeah, I think I might be a little victim of a back in my day type of attitude with that, because I did learn how to scull bowing a quad. So it's like, if I could do it, you can do it. You know. Obviously, that's not an appropriate, but this is supposed to be the with coxswain event. It doesn't seem like it is. In fact, it's not. This is the men's varsity quad. I guess maybe that event was scrapped if they don't go off, because this is Colgate. This is actually the men's varsity quad final, which is including Colgate, Dominican, and Oklahoma City. They're about halfway down the course. Looks like Colgate is out in front, and Oklahoma City not too far. So we could have a nice little race here in this men's quad event. So we talked a little bit about those Cox quads. Unsure if we'll see them now, as that event seems to have been passed over for the time being. But look at this. We got a great race here in this quad event. This is fun. Quad racing can be as exciting as 8 racing from time to time. And you'll see here this Colgate boat not too far out in front of this Oklahoma City boat as the drone does a nice whip around. Here's a nice shot of our 3rd place Dominican boat.
Now, I know Dominican is primarily a sculling program, and I suspect that all or some of these gentlemen have doubled up from singles or doubles earlier in the weekend. Probably also the case with Oklahoma City, Dominican, Oklahoma, and maybe even Colgate. A problem with the quad width is I suspect that the 2 schools that were entered had men competing in the 4 width event and maybe didn't have time to change the rigging, or maybe at a place like the Merchant Marine Academy, people had to get back to duty up in Kings Point, something like that.
Yeah, so unfortunate we won't get to see that, but well worth the conversation either way. And, you know, it reminds me, talking about that Dominican crew doubling up, it reminds me of something Caitlin said when she was on the broadcast about how this early in the season she thinks, you know, you can't have too many race pieces in a weekend, right? Like, if they weren't racing here, their coaches would be making them line up and row 3, 4 2K pieces against another school or their teammates. The difference here is that there's a big time gap, right? You have to come off the water only to get back on the water hours or days later. But it is still, you know, about, at the end of the day, they're still trying to build fitness in these teams. So laying down as many 2Ks as you can in a weekend is never the worst thing.
I know there may be viewers asking how do you steer this boat? There's no coxswain. Well, like a single or a double, singles and doubles do not, most cases, well, singles do not. Doubles sometimes will have a steering mechanism on the stern of the boat attached to, in some way, to the skeg or fin of the boat. Quads always have some sort of a rudder on the stern of the boat close to the skeg or fin, and usually controlled by the person in bow seat through a cable mechanism attached to one of their feet. Typically the right foot of the bow person has a pivot on their right foot, and they can pivot their foot fractions of an inch or an inch to the left or right. If they turn it to the right, the boat's going to go to port. If they turn the toes of their feet to the left, they're going to go to starboard.
Colgate takes home, sorry to interrupt you there, Mark. Colgate takes home the gold there in the men's varsity quad, followed shortly by Oklahoma City. Sorry to interrupt.
Good bow people, especially in blind boats, whether it's a double, a quad, a straight 4, are worth their weight in the seat, and the very best of them, especially on a fully buoyed course like this, can steer the entire length of 2,000 meters without looking over their shoulder once. Every time you turn your head or your shoulders, you get a little bit of out of sync, except at the very, very highest level. And all you need to do is, like this boat is right here, just stay down the middle of the course and keep an even distance away from the buoy lines on both sides.
Yeah, so
it takes some skill.
I see what's going on here. I misread the schedule a little bit. This Cox quad event actually did go off. They sent them off with the varsity quads. So this is
okay.
Yeah, they both had the same start time despite being separate events.
Okay.
So this is the Cox quad here. We've got Gordon College with a coxswain in that boat, and then further back still is the Merchant Marines there.
Okay, gotcha.
So just wanted to give you an update there. So Gordon is likely to win this Cox quad event here.
Well, you can see, especially from this angle, as in a 4-width, the coxswain is in a lay-down position in the bow of the boat with his head just about in the middle of the bow person's back as the bow person gets to the finish position.
And finishing up there in that Cox quad event is Gordon. So they will get some hardware for their efforts, winning event number 29. And the Merchant Marines there will follow suit.
I would think rowing at the Merchant Marine Academy or SUNY Maritime on Long Island Sound, you'd want a coxswain with you no matter the size of your boat.
Why's that?
Well, it's wide open where the stretch of Long Island Sound where they are, that kind of empties down through the Whitestone Bridge, Throgs Neck Bridge and the Whitestone Bridge. I know the area, very familiar family there. Kind of narrows, and there's lots of ship traffic, commercial ship traffic, and in this time of year starting pleasure ship traffic.
And
I know there's some coves and places they can duck into when it's real bad, but for the most part, they're rowing on the Long Island Sound.
And as the Merchant Marines finish up, we're going to take a moment to step away for a message from some of our teams and sponsors.
Ain't tell me it's a walk in the park. Y'all too smart, can't talk from the heart. I got sauce and it's off the charts. No aux in the car. Rhyme round bumping that first blueprint on this. I ain't trying to hear what the info is. Many man.
All right, welcome back here as we sit at the start line, waiting on the women's lightweight 8 to get started here.
This is quite a lineup, women's lightweight 8, which is why so many of them come here. I think I mentioned yesterday that one of the featured events in the precursor to this event was when Jack St. Clair from Villanova started inviting the likes of Stanford, Wisco, Radcliffe, Princeton, maybe 20 years ago. And it became sort of the de facto women's national championship up until the time that they started incorporating it into the IRA regatta.
And we are underway here in this women's lightweight 8. As Mark said, we've got some top tier lightweight programs here. Some of these will likely be competing at the IRAs in just 2 months' time for this event. We've got Wisconsin in lane 1, MIT in lane 2, Radcliffe in lane 3, BU in lane 4, Georgetown in lane 5, and Sacred Heart in lane 6. So it's also interesting to note that some of these programs, which are full lightweight programs, are also competing in the varsity 8 event later today. So it's unclear if these are boats that are doubling up or if these are second varsity 8s. But just keep that in mind as we watch this event, that these are lightweight boats that may be out there again as the day goes on.
And,
I think just taking a look at some of the names, I do think that these boats are doubling up.
Yeah, as one commentator mentioned earlier when I was off the air, lightweight rowing, things even out. They're all limited. I forget what women's lightweight is, 135,
That sounds
something
right.
like that.
That sounds right.
You know, there's no 6'3", 155-pound women in any of these boats. They're all pretty much the same size. They're all a maximum weight, and it's where training, technique, skill, and coaching pay off.
Yeah, and you can see there out in front, early doors here is that Radcliffe boat in lane 3. Looks like Wisconsin going with them, maybe a little bit further back to BU and MIT in 3rd and 4th. And you can see it there. It's actually 4th place to Georgetown in lane 5, MIT sitting 5th. With that boat in lane 1, Wisconsin just about even, maybe a few seats down actually on that boat beat from BU in lane 4. But BU and Radcliffe probably, and MIT as well, 3 boats that will likely see a lot of each other over the next couple of months. All 3 training on the Charles.
Yeah, a bit flippantly, these are the usual suspects in women's lightweight rowing.
Yeah, outside of some of the Ivy League teams, of course Radcliffe is Ivy League, but outside of some of the other Ivy League teams, these are some of the top programs across the nation in lightweight women's rowing. Radcliffe looking really strong here. BU hanging in there for the time being. Radcliffe outstroking the Boston University boat.
Let's see if I can get some stroke ratings just for a sense of how things move here.
Yeah, 1,000 meters down for Radcliffe. Nice shot here, showing you BU starting to make some inroads here on Radcliffe as these 2 boats continue to separate themselves from the rest of the pack. Still just about even between Wisconsin and Georgetown out there. MIT sitting 5th. Go ahead,
I have
Mark.
Radcliffe at 37. Let me pick up BU here. BU 36, pretty close.
Yeah, that's about right for an 8
Yeah.
base rating, 36, 37. That's generally where you want to be. Maybe as the season goes on, they'll be able to ratchet that up a little bit to a 38, but even then, 36, pretty solid fitness level for these 8s.
Watching at the Olympics, a completely different level in Paris a year and a half, almost 2 years ago. Some of the stroke ratings, and I guess the advent of that was the 20 Olympics or 20, the Irish double, where rode an entire 2,000 meter race, and I don't think got below 40 the entire 2,000 meters.
Pretty incredible to be able to row at that speed and maintain perfect control and form. Lots of younger rowers will fall apart either from fitness or just inability muscularly to handle that level of stroke rate. So pretty incredible. 36 though here for the Radcliffe boat. They'll probably end up at a 40, 42 towards the end if I had to guess.
Take a look.
Still like 300 meters left in this one. Radcliffe continuing to open up though. BU straining to hang on as that Georgetown boat starts to press up. Now MIT moving through Wisconsin as well. Wisconsin dropping into 5th place.
Yeah, somewhat surprised at the Wisconsin boat falling off the pace that much.
Final 100 meters here for your lead boat from Radcliffe as they come to the finish line.
Yeah, a little bit of pickup here in the Radcliffe boat.
And
now back and down.
gold medal to Radcliffe in the women's lightweight 8 BU
41.
silver. Georgetown finishes 3rd. MIT 4th, Wisco in 5th. Sacred Heart will take 6th place. And looks like we're underway here. Try and figure out what this race is. It is the women's freshman novice 8. We only have 2 entries, so we're going to try and figure out who that boat is out there in lane 5, or 4 rather. But that's Pittsburgh in lane 2.
Pitt, yeah.
Pittsburgh in lane 2 and Bryant in lane 3.
Struggling.
Pitt looking good so far out in front. And we're going to try and get some clarity on that boat in lane 4 when we get a close-up. Trying to see some unis. It might be Jacksonville. I think I see green.
Yeah, I don't reckon that. It appears there's no oar mark, just plain white blades, at least to my eye.
They got matching visors though, so they're coordinated.
Well, you need that down in Florida. You got to have visors.
If it is as we assume, Jacksonville. And I don't think it is, because those uniforms, I believe, I'm not going to take another guess. I think it might be Yukon there. Maybe if we can get that launch, that far launch cam close up on these young ladies.
Well,
we can.
Yukon's blue and white.
And nice shot there of the lead boat from Pitt. looking good here in this. This is again the women's freshman novice 8 final. And as they come, overhead shot of Pitt here now, our lead boat. Still trying to figure out who that lane 4 crew is. Maybe there's an update online. I'll check really quick to see.
Well, they're ahead and they're rowing fairly well, but as one might suspect from early spring season freshman novice rowers, a little bit of what I call whiz-bang rowing, getting to the finish and getting to the catch as quickly as possible.
It is LaSalle. Oh, no, it's... Okay, so this is... I'm getting a mixed messages here.
Yeah.
I think it's either Embry-Riddle or LaSalle. Production's telling me it is Embry-Riddle's. Yeah, this is Embry-Riddle from the women's varsity 8 re-row. A bit confusing as this is a freshman event. Embry-Riddle out there in lane 4. I'll take production's word for it. The website does say this is an event 42 re-row for an equipment failure for Embry-Riddle, trying to put up a time. And this is apparently that Embry-Riddle boat.
Well, maybe they managed to come up with some spare aircraft parts.
Okay, so I'm realizing what's going on here. This is Embry-Riddle in the lead here in lane 2. This is the women's varsity 8 from Embry-Riddle in lane 2, which makes sense. Lane 3 is Pittsburgh. Lane 4 is Bryant University. Those are the freshman 8. So this boat out in front here is, apologies to those watching at home for the confusion. I'm figuring it out. Embry-Riddle is in lane 2. This is a women's varsity 8 boat trying to put up a time because they had equipment failure in their semifinal.
After seeing the blades on this boat, I'm familiar with Pittsburgh's kind of distinctive blades with the dark blue slashes, angled slashes on gold or yellow blades.
Yeah, it's crazy because I should have noticed that they were in lane 2. It's just funny that it is, of course, the Pitt Panthers' exact colors.
Yeah.
These are our freshman boats, though. These boats are competing for a medal, and it's Bryant at the moment out in front of Pitt. And there you can see the yellow and blue of the Pitt and maybe understand the confusion.
Yeah, Bryant from Smithfield, Rhode Island. Lots of rowing in a small state.
.500 meters left for the boat from Bryant as they approach that buoy line, and you can see there for a slight moment that Embry-Riddle varsity 8 flying through the final 500, trying to put up a time to qualify again.
Embry-Riddle flying through the finish. Thank you very much. They'll appreciate that.
Bryant sliding over, Coxon sliding over into lane 5. Not ideal, unless they started out there. I believe they're bound marker 4.
Yeah.
Slid over. Sometimes Coxon's just, there's no one else on the course, just cut your losses.
Looks like they're
get
in lane
straight.
6 now. Maybe just getting a touch of the nature over there on
Yeah,
the south
they're
shore
really
of the Cooper
drifting
River.
to the right. It's not going to matter too much for this one, but maybe some coaching in store for that coxswain afterwards. Yeah, but we are officially onto our slate, our final slate of rowing for 8s today. Just will be strictly 8 races moving forward, taking us to the end of our day. We've got a lot of finals in each of these categories, giving each team the opportunity to row here. And here is Bryant coming through the finish line to win the women's freshman novice 8 event.
Whoops.
And
A petite crab.
bit of a double crab there, in fact. And this might spell trouble as they're completely stopped now. And I think they should be okay. Just don't freak out here. Back on. And that should be fine. Just a momentary lapse at the end of that race. Bryant hangs on.
Whatever it takes
And there's
to
Pitt.
get through the finish line. Good for them.
Meanwhile, well out onto the course here, as you can see past the Camden County Boathouse, approaching the 1,000 meter mark, is the men's freshman novice 8 final. In lane 1 will be St. Mary's, lane 2, Rhode Island, lane 3, UMass. Lane 4 is Lafayette, lane 5 is Fordham, and in lane 6 is UConn. If I am guessing here that UMass in lane 3 is our leader at the 1,000 meter mark. And that is the case here. You see now it's UMass to Fordham, rather Lafayette to Fordham. So UMass, Lafayette, Fordham, Rhode Island, St. Mary's in that order through 1,000 meters. Bit of a steering issue there in lane 4 from Lafayette, giving Fordham a chance to catch them, and UMass now opening up water on that Lafayette boat, who just drifted all the way to the port side and then back to the starboard side, allowing Fordham to pretty much fully catch them here. So, bit of a blunder there from Lafayette in this third 500. Let's see if they can recover. UMass looking really strong, though.
Either way, I'll make it till then.
And you can see Fordham has overtaken Lafayette now, although Lafayette was able to regain their point. And you see a little bit of a steering error from UMass as well. Lafayette drifting. So kind of an interesting thing here in these freshman races. We're seeing some coxing issues for sure, as Lafayette continues to drop back, in part due to steering error. UMass also with that steering error let Fordham's back in.
Making a significant move.
Yeah,
Now,
just
if they
rowing the
could go
cleanest.
straight, if they could go straight, they might catch UMass.
Yeah, UMass still pointed into lane 5 here, or lane 4 here. Coxon now adjusting back over And look at that, Fordham is gaining. So these steering issues becoming a huge part of this story in this men's freshman novice 8. Fordham, the coxswain, might win this race. And they are out in front. It is Fordham out in front now. UMass frantically trying to get back, and Fordham is walking. 2:50 left to go. It's Fordham by 4 seats over UMass now. Going to be a fun finish here if UMass can get their speed back up, but I think Fordham is outstroking them and outrowing them at the moment. Check out the heads of those UMass rowers. 2-seat taking a look over. They're looking out of the boat. They know they've lost.
Yeah.
And coming into the finish line, Fordham with a great back half there to take advantage of both teams' steering mistakes, rowing the cleanest and winning the men's freshman novice 8. UMass finishing a length down.
Well done, Rams. Well done, Rams coxswain.
3rd place to Lafayette. Rhode Island in 4th.
You all right? St. Mary's and then UConn.
Indeed it is. St. Mary's finishing up there in 5th. UConn in 6th.
If everybody's in their lanes, it looks like UConn did not start here.
Yeah, we've got the women's 3V final out onto the course now. We got lane 1, Drexel, lane 2, Wisconsin. Looks like lane 3, Scratch, Connecticut. Boston College in lane 4. They're out in front. Lane 5 is UMass, and in lane 6 is MIT. So the Boston College Eagles out in front, early doors here in the women's 3v8 final. Call it BC, maybe a dead heat for second at the moment between Wisco and UMass, and then a dead heat for 4th between MIT and Drexel. But again, early going here. We've got Boston College. There you can see the 4 bow marker of BC out in front. And starting to spread out a little bit here, but a nice push from MIT to get themselves back into podium contention. BC still well out in front. UMass hanging on in 2nd place. And with Wisconsin trying to hang on to 3rd as MIT makes a push out of lane 6. We saw them, a nice shot of that MIT boat from that launch camera that you can see on screen right there. Shout out to our cameramen today. All right, here's BC. BC continuing to open up. Looks like they've got a sliver of open water. And now UMass is just holding on for dear life as MIT and Wisconsin start pushing back. But UMass trying to hang on to 2nd place here. Nice shot of that UMass boat. So after a valiant push there, MIT fading once again. Wisconsin, though, surging here and almost overtaking this UMass boat as BC continues to push the rest of the field away. Wisconsin gaining on the lead. They're pretty far back from BC at this point, but they are walking through this UMass boat in lane 2. Wisconsin looking really good here. And even doors, or even Steven now between, we got Wisconsin and UMass there, just about pulled even. Let's see if Wisconsin continues to walk through them. And this boat from BC dominating at the moment. MIT trying to make a late re-entry into the podium. Drexel off the pace in 5th at the moment. .500 meters left to go. UMass looks to have rebounded after being caught by Wisconsin. Now we'll see if they can make a push to retake sole possession of 2nd place. But it is really close between Wisconsin and UMass. They've been neck and neck for almost 500 meters now. BC just continuing to open up as we enter into the final 250. It looks like UMass has gone back into 2nd place here. And a crab from Wisconsin, just a small one, not a major. But it could doom their chances at 2nd place here. Nicely done by that Wisconsin 7 seat to get that blade out before a major crab. But the story here is BC. BC's 3V takes this one. UMass manages 2nd. Wisconsin hangs on to 3rd as a charging MIT settles for 4th. And Drexel will take 5th. There they are in lane 1. All right, that was the women's 3rd varsity 8 event. Next up, we'll have 4 finals of women's 2nd varsity. Looks like the first one just got started. We've got Wisconsin in lane 1, Fairfield in lane 2, LaSalle in lane 3, Bucknell in lane 4, Albany in lane 5, and Colgate in lane 6. This is the 4th or D final of the women's 2nd varsity 8. Looks like that boat from Bucknell and LaSalle are your early leaders here through the first 400 meters. Can't tell fully as we don't have the full picture yet, but definitely appears as though Bucknell and LaSalle out in front. Outside Colgate looking good
Colgate,
as well.
yeah.
And there you see it is Bucknell. Bucknell out in front. LaSalle in second. Third place, Wisconsin. And Colgate currently in fourth, out in lane 6. Fifth place, Fairfield. Albany currently in sixth. But you can see there, Bucknell by about 6 or 7 seats over LaSalle at the moment through 500 meters. Bucknell continuing to open up. Looks as though Wisconsin has now moved into second place, out in front of Drexel. But looking good here in this Bucknell boat. Nice shot of our lead boat here from Bucknell as they make their way through the second 500. There's the Wisconsin boat and LaSalle, who were fighting for second last we saw. And this Colgate boat appears to be just behind LaSalle there in fourth, or rather, yeah, fourth. $1,000 meters down here in this fourth final for the women's second varsity 8.
Oh, LaSalle having some problems. Little glitch there. Pulled them almost over the port line.
Yeah, and
back into the middle of the course.
It's allowed Wisconsin to move into sole possession of second, and Colgate appears to have overtaken LaSalle as well. Let's see. Nice shot across here, as you can see Colgate a few seats down on Wisconsin there, but a few seats up on LaSalle. LaSalle now trying to fend off all comers as Albany and Fairfield push themselves back up into this one. See how the back half of this race really closed down as Bucknell continues to strike out in front. Looks like Colgate may have even overtaken or drawn even here with that Wisconsin team. Nice third 500 out of Colgate. And LaSalle continuing to try and get back up to speed after that issue that they had. And now just trying to hold off Fairfield there in lane 2. But all eyes on Bucknell in the orange and blue. $500 meters left to go now. Alrighty, just about 250 meters left to go here in this one. This race for second is fun. Again, we're competing for spots 19 through 24 here. Looks like Colgate's starting to push past this Wisconsin crew again. Let's see if Wisconsin has anything in the late game for them. And Bucknell finishing up here. And it is Bucknell crossing first. Race for second. Colgate out in front of Wisco. Albany edges out LaSalle. Great push at the end by Albany, and LaSalle edges out Fairfield. Albany was all the way in 6th at one point going into that final 500. And they were able to edge out LaSalle and Fairfield, who were both in front of them for most of that race. So great finish by Albany to land themselves 4th. Looks like we have a bit of a wait here before we get started with the women's 2V varsity 8 final number 3. So we might just step away for a moment for a message from some teams and some sponsors.
We're St. Joe's Rowing, and we're excited to race at Knecht Cup this weekend.
This is Dominican University, and we're excited about the Knecht Cup.
Well, we have a start in the next final 3 of the women's second varsity 8s. And they posted the names up on the screen, and now I don't see them, and they're not in my program. I believe it's Holy Cross in lane 3 in the lead currently, and lane 2, whomever they are, in second, and lanes 4 and 6 fighting for third. Here we go. It is indeed Holy Cross in lane 3 with the lead. Lehigh in 1, Radcliffe in 2, Holy Cross in 3, Villanova in 4, West Virginia University in 5, and Sacred Heart in 6. There's a good shot from outside of lane 6 across the race course. You can see all 6 crews across at the beautiful Camden County Boathouse, and Holy Cross maintain a lead.
Yeah, so this is
it
final number 3. Looks like we got Lehigh, Radcliffe, Holy Cross, Villanova, West Virginia, and
you have an
Sacred
update.
Heart.
Yeah, I do not have the update. They posted it on the screen.
Yeah, so it looks like we got lane 3, Holy Cross, as Mark was mentioning. Looks to be out in front early here. Again, we're looking at positions 13 through 18 here in final number 3 at the Knecht Cup for the women's second varsity 8. Shot here of the boat from Sacred Heart in lane 6 across lane 4. That's Villanova. Out in front is Holy Cross. Across the way in lane 2, Radcliffe. And then at the left hand of your screen was Wisconsin. You can see there West Virginia off the group in 6th. Holy Cross maintaining a lead here, but not able to break away just yet from the Villanova and Radcliffe crews. Beautiful overhead here of our lead boat, Holy Cross. You can see just maintaining a length advantage over Radcliffe, who has a few seats to Villanova, a few seats from Villanova to what looks to be a bit of a dead heat at the moment between Old Dominion. Or I'm sorry,
No.
I'm reading wrong. Sacred Heart and Lehigh. West Virginia just a bit further back. Strong race from Holy Cross so far. But here comes that lane 2 Radcliffe boat starting slowly to just inch their way up, and coming with them. Looks like Lehigh in lane 1 has entered the conversation here. Lehigh starting to creep up as Villanova falls a little bit further back along with that Sacred Heart boat. So it's now Holy Cross, Radcliffe, and Lehigh, your top 3. Villanova still in there a little bit, but falling off as we speak in this third 500. Holy Cross still out in front. .250 meters left to go here. I misread the course. We are in the final 500. This is the finish coming up here, and it looks as though Radcliffe has pulled out into second, and there's the finish line right there. We've got Holy Cross, Radcliffe in second, race for third. Really tough to call from that angle. Maybe give the edge to Villanova.
Nova, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Villanova slightly out in front of that boat from Lehigh, followed by Sacred Heart in 5th. And finally, West Virginia finishing 6th. Again, those will be places 13 through 18.
Next race has started. Keep them going down the river.
Yeah, this is final number 2 here of the women's second varsity 8. This is, we've got MIT in lane 1, UConn in lane 2. UMass in lane 3, Jacksonville lane 4, Marist in lane 5, and ODU, Old Dominion, in lane 6. So both the previous final and this final feature boats that competed in semifinals earlier this morning. So we should have a fairly competitive race here in this, what is ostensibly a petite final for the women's second varsity 8. Out in front, early doors, looks like UMass in the lane 3 bow marker. Not much difference between UMass, Marist, and Old Dominion here. Even the inside lanes also look like they're well within it, but you can see the coxswain for UMass just out in front of the other coxswains. Marist off the pace here in lane 5. Second 500 here, UMass looking strong. The boat from Jacksonville there seems to be nipping at their heels just a bit. Old Dominion out in lane 6 looking strong here too. 750 meter mark, as you can see right there. 1250 left to go. And look at that. It is UMass out in front here, and then lanes 1 and 2 vying for second at the moment. That's MIT and UConn. Looks like give the edge to UConn in lane 2. Fourth place at the moment to Jacksonville, Old Dominion in 5th, Marist in 6th, as 1,000 meters down for our lead boat, UMass. Again, looking at positions 7 through 12 here in this second final of the women's second varsity 8. And as UConn moves themselves solely into second place, looks like that boat from Jacksonville starting to track back against MIT in lane 1. So now Jacksonville and MIT just about even for third place here. And UMass now drifting a little bit across their lane, trying to hold off a push from the Huskies there in lane 2. Yeah, you can see UConn taking advantage here of just a bit of a drift out of this lead UMass boat. You can see the bow ball of UConn peeking its way into stroke 7-seat area for that UMass boat. 500 meters left to go, though. UMass has looked straight for the last 200 meters and seems like they're rebounding well. That race for third is still really close as MIT continues to fight against Jacksonville there. Things starting to come together a bit here over the final 500. Final 250 here for the lead boat out of UMass. And you can see now Jacksonville has moved through that boat from MIT. Now it's trying to mount a charge onto UConn for second place. Might just run out of room here for that Jacksonville boat.
Yeah, it's streaming higher.
But a nice surge at the end nonetheless.
6.1 negative.
Final stretch here before the finish line.
Yep. Yeah, alright. I'm going to that now. Alright.
And it is UMass out in front. UConn second. Jacksonville finishes third.
All good? Alright, thanks.
MIT fourth. Old Dominion fifth, and Marist finishes in sixth place. So seventh overall goes to UMass. All right, looks like we've got a little bit of a delay here as we wait for the grand final of the women's second varsity 8. Coming up next at the 2026 Knecht Cup Regatta.
Tell me it's a walk in the park. Y'all too smart, can't talk from the heart. I got sauce and it's off the charts. No aux in the car. Rhyme around bumping that first blueprint on this. I ain't trying to hear what the info is. I been trying
to. We are George Mason. We are ready for Knecht Cup.
We're TTNJ crew, and we're excited to row the Knecht Cup this weekend.
And we're underway here in the grand final of the women's second varsity 8. Right to left, we got Delaware, BC, BU, MIT, Drexel, and Temple in this one. Looks like Delaware out to the early lead there in lane 1, as well as Temple in lane 6. Should be a fun race here. All of these boats went through a heat and a semifinal to get here and place themselves into the top 6. And the first to 500, going to be close here, actually. I think it actually is Temple out there because of the slant of the buoys. I think Temple just slightly out in front of this Delaware boat, but it's close. And those 3 boats in the middle, not far behind. Just off the pace is Drexel at the moment in 6th place out of lane 5. Here comes Boston University striking through in that 3rd lane. Starting to put their impact on this one. Nice shot of the Terriers there. And just a quick announcement. The winner of the 26 Diamonds is Carissa Adams. Here comes Boston University striking through in that And the winner of the U.S. rowing raffle is Instagram user Maddie.Ghoul. Just a quick mention that that they are trying to confirm Maddie's full name. So if you or a friend know her, let her know that she was the winner, and to check her Instagram. All right, back to the action here. And as you can see, over the last 500 meters, we've had Boston University move into first place. Delaware still right there with them. MIT not far behind. Temple also in the mix still. Again, looks can be a little bit deceiving with those outside lanes because of the slant of the buoy line. But it is Boston University striking out into first. So it sounds as though the winner of the 26 Diamonds is the head coach of the Villanova team, Carissa Adams. And you can see there a nice shot overhead, giving you a good idea of how this is breaking out. It's going to be BU out in front here, MIT right behind them. And then Temple and Delaware locked head-to-head. So as Temple and Delaware have stayed right next to each other, MIT and Boston University have moved through the middle of this race out into first. And BU continuing to push through, MIT doing everything they can to go with them. .500 meters left now. Temple making their way back on to this MIT boat. Here comes Temple moving into second place. Delaware sits in fourth. MIT now in third, but Boston University is your leader. Temple making a push onto BU now. Temple coming back into this one. 250 meters left to go. And we'll see how this plays out. BU trying to hang on as Temple and MIT make their final push. Final stretch here, women's second varsity 8, gold up for grabs. Temple's Coxon looking across, BU straight ahead. Here they come. Final 50 meters of this one. Will it be Temple? Will it be BU? Women's second varsity 8, gold medal goes to... Oh, wow, that is incredibly close. That might be the closest finish we've seen all weekend. Temple celebrates. They think they got it. Looks like third place to MIT, followed by a great late push from Drexel to finish in fourth. Didn't see that coming. And then Delaware and BC. Meanwhile, the men's second varsity 8 petite final is underway. I'm going to try and get you official results. The Temple women certainly believe that they won it. Again, that finish line angle not fully flush. As we make our way down the course in this petite final for the men's, we've got Iona in lane 1, Lehigh in lane 2, Embry-Riddle lane 3. Your leader is Fairfield in lane 4, and we've got Temple in lane 5. So I'll keep refreshing here for results for that women's second varsity 8 final because it was so close for first place. As Lafayette, or rather Fairfield, looking strong here out of lane 4. Early goings of the men's petite final of the second varsity 8. Fairfield out in front. Fight for second between Embry-Riddle and Lehigh is a good one. Give the edge to Lehigh. Race behind them for 4th between Temple and Trinity. Those two schools, or rather Iona, Temple and Iona. Those two schools out behind the lead 3. Fairfield maintaining this advantage. Lehigh continues in 2nd with Embry-Riddle in 3rd. Those 3 boats in solid competition. Fairfield, though, starting to open things up just a little bit. And the official results, wow. Boston University, the winner by .03. It's a 0.03 of a second difference between Temple and BU for that women's second varsity 8 race. Official results have it as Boston University over Temple. So tough one there for Temple. Great finish. I thought they had it at the end. Just not enough. 100 more meters and it would have been theirs. Great race there. Meanwhile, Fairfield looking strong here in this second 500, passing the Camden County Boathouse, maintaining their slight advantage over the boats from Lehigh and Embry-Riddle. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 left to go, and there are the official results. From that women's second varsity 8 final, you can see 0.03 of a second the difference between 1st and 2nd. Looks like this boat from Embry-Riddle has caught the Lehigh boat for 2nd place. Fairfield a length up on Embry-Riddle, maintaining their lead for 1st. Again, the petite final here. We're competing for spots 7 through 11 here with these 5 boats. And Embry-Riddle, despite that move to overtake Lehigh, looks as though Lehigh has rebounded and now moved back into 2nd, although pretty much a dead heat there between those two. 500 left to go for our lead boats. Fairfield looking strong to claim 7th place, and now Embry-Riddle back in front of Lehigh. So stroke to stroke there between those two boats. .250 left here for our lead boat from Fairfield. And Embry-Riddle now moving into sole possession of 2nd place out in front of that Lehigh boat. And coming into the finish here is that boat from Fairfield, taking home 7th place in the men's second varsity 8. Followed by Embry Riddle. And Lehigh in 3rd. Next up will be the final of the men's second varsity 8. Looks like those boats just getting ready in their stakes. And they are off in the men's second varsity 8 final. We've got Trinity in lane 1, LaSalle B in lane 2, LaSalle A in lane 3, MIT in lane 4, Purdue in lane 5, and Temple in lane 6. Again, this is an MIT lightweight boat, just as a heads up. LaSalle, your early leader out of lane 3. First 250 meters of the race put away, it's LaSalle, followed by MIT, MIT to Trinity, then Purdue, LaSalle, and Temple in that order. But LaSalle A with a definitive lead here. Trinity looking strong out of lane 1 at the time being. Potentially second place right now for Trinity. .500 meters into this one, and it's LaSalle, followed by Trinity, MIT, Purdue, LaSalle, and Temple in that order here. The men's second varsity 8 final underway. Nice shot here of our lead boat from LaSalle. As they make their way through Camden County Boathouse, approaching the halfway point. And look how close the race for silver is at the moment. Maybe give the edge to that MIT boat at the right now in lane 4, followed by Trinity, and then Purdue not far behind them. But it is all LaSalle here through 1,000 meters in the men's second varsity 8. That race for second continues to be a good one. Looks like Purdue falling off just a bit behind the boats from Trinity and MIT. Apologies, trying to get my bearings once again. But Trinity and MIT looking strong here, competing for that silver. Doesn't seem like either is going to catch this LaSalle boat, as LaSalle continues to open up the lead. I think Trinity, just based on the lanes, Trinity is out in front slightly No, scratch that. It is MIT. It is MIT out in front in second. Now Trinity trying to hang on. Purdue making a nice push here for third place. But MIT into sole possession of second now. $500 left to go for our lead boat from LaSalle. And you can see there it's MIT, Trinity, then Purdue, but Trinity and Purdue pretty close together. I still think Trinity has the slight edge over the Boilermakers. $250 left to go, less than that for our leaders here. LaSalle looking really great as they try to put the finishing touches and take home the win here in the men's second varsity 8. Just wanted to take a quick moment to thank Mark Valenti and Coral Kasdan for joining me on the broadcast today. It'll just be me taking you through to the finish as LaSalle takes home the gold. Nice little celebration there. And after that, it went MIT, Purdue, and Trinity. So MIT with a nice second place finish. Purdue ends up overtaking that Trinity boat. LaSalle B finishes in 5th, and Temple takes 6th place. Next up, we're going to have the Women's Club A Division 1 and 2 final. Looks like they're still getting into their stake boats, so now would be a good time to step away for a message from our teams and sponsors.
Keep a mask up on me face, kid, and it's all black, gotta lie low. Drugs right albino, if you know then I know. Where did all of that time go? I see pyramids, no Cairo. I'm bold, I'm eager, she's loving my demeanor. I just take my life away. Many man.
Knecht Cup. Go Huskies!
And we're underway here in our women's Club 8 Division 1, Division 2 final. Just 6 boats here. We've got Jefferson in lane 1, George Mason in lane 2, Rhode Island in lane 3, New Hampshire lane 4, lane 5 is UMass, and in lane 6 is George Mason. So early on here, first 150, 200 meters. Out to the early lead are Jefferson in lane 1 and Rhode Island in lane 3. Third place at the moment is Nova Southeastern. Jefferson looking really strong here in lane 1. And again, remember that lane slant for the buoys is going to give them a bit of an advantage to the eye. But just about even there with that boat from Rhode Island. In fact, now Rhode Island starting to move a bit through the early start that Jefferson had. And looks like Rhode Island is going to slowly take this one over. Jefferson hanging tough for the moment. – 500 meters down here, you can see there URI the first to the 500-meter mark out in front of the Jefferson crew. In second, third place there is Nova Southeastern on your screen. Overhead shot of our 2 lead boats. Looks like Jefferson starting to make a bit of a counter move here in this second 500 to get back out in front of Rhode Island. There is that URI boat. See the coxswain for Rhode Island taking a look across, trying to gauge where they're at in terms of Jefferson. Pretty much dead even here between these 2 boats. Tough to tell from that angle. Here's a shot of the Penn State Nittany Lions in lane 6 from our side launch. And you can see there the 2 lead boats, Rhode Island and Jefferson. And it is Jefferson out in front. And you can see there through this second 500 as they approach 1,000 meters, 1,000 left to go. We've got Jefferson moving out into front. There is our lead boat right there. And 1,000 meter mark for the leaders from Jefferson there. And you can see now as we have the overhead, Jefferson continuing to move through the Rhode Island boat. Call it about 3 seats lead for Jefferson at the moment. And Rhode Island steering across their lane, not ideal. And it's allowing that lead to increase for the Jefferson boat. You can see just losing seat after seat as their point not directed in the same area as the Jefferson boat. So a really impressive middle 1,000 so far for this boat from Jefferson. We saw them go by the 500 meter mark. They were a couple seats down. Now you can see almost a boat length up as URI continues to steer across their lane. Coxswain of Jefferson sitting just about even with the bow deck of the URI boat. 500 meters left to go for our leaders from Jefferson. And now open water for Jefferson over URI. Jefferson looking incredible through the second half of this race. And it's starting to get a little bit warmer out there as the day goes on. That bright sun shining down on us. Looking closer to 65 degrees outside at the moment. 250 meters left to go for our leaders from Jefferson. Rhode Island comfortably in second. And then you see over there, left-hand side, Nova Southeastern is your third place boat at the moment. But final stretch here for the girls from Jefferson. And as they make their way to the finish line, it is Jefferson University finishing up here and winning the Women's Club 8 Division I, Division II final at the Knecht Cup. Well done, Jefferson. Great race there. Rolling through the finish line. And Rhode Island finishes second. Should have a bit of a gap here now to the Nova Southeastern boat. There's Nova finishing up. Penn State finishes in fourth. Nice finish for the Nittany Lions. All right, as George Mason and New Hampshire finish up in that Club 8 women's final, we've got the men's Club 8 petite final out onto the course. We've got Purdue in lane 1, Maryland lane 2, Penn State in lane 3, bit of a Big Ten matchup going on. New Hampshire's in lane 4, UMass in lane 5, George Mason is in lane 6. So you can see there out to the early lead, the Boilermakers of Purdue in lane 1 here in the men's Club 8 petite final, looking at positions 7 through 12 here. Grand final coming up next. But as you can see there, Purdue looking really good through the first 250 meters of this one. Let's call it Purdue, followed by Penn State in second, and then a three-way tie for third between New Hampshire, UMass, and Maryland. Just off the pace, George Mason. And through the first 600 meters here, it is Purdue continuing to look strong. Second place, Penn State steering across their lane at the moment. Just need to get back into lane 3, and they should be able to put themselves in good position to maintain second. But at the moment, that boat from George Mason in lane 5, or rather UMass in lane 5, closing the gap. A big circular turn there for Penn State in second place. Purdue looking strong though, continuing to lead in lane 1. Approaching halfway are the Boilermakers there, your lead boat here in this petite final for the men's Club 8. And as you can see, UMass has been able to draw even with Penn State there for second place. Currently sitting in 4th is lane 4, New Hampshire. 5th place, Maryland, and then George Mason was a bit further back at the last site. Penn State, though, after that steering issue, seems to potentially be rebounding their speed and does have a slight advantage over UMass, but nobody is catching this Purdue boat, barring a major error. But the race for second should still be a good one, with the outside chance of New Hampshire making their way back into that conversation. .500 meters left to go for our lead boat from Purdue in the petite final of the men's Club 8. Again, looking at 7 through 12 here in this petite final. Final 250 here for our lead boat. And as you can see there, looks like UMass has overtaken Penn State. Now Penn State just trying to hang on to 3rd place as a charging New Hampshire tries to overtake them over the final 250. But we'll switch to our finish line cam here as we wait for our lead boat, Purdue. And the winner of the petite final of the men's Club 8 is Purdue out of lane 1. Great finish there. Second place, we believe UMass in position. Last time we saw. Penn State was in 3rd. There is UMass. There is Penn State. New Hampshire finishes 4th. Maryland in 5th. George Mason will finish in 6th place. Next up and onto the course is the final of this men's Club 8 event. In lane 1, we've got Fordham. Lane 2, George Mason. Lane 3 is Fordham. Lane 4, Villanova. Lane 5 is Rhode Island. And in lane 6 is UConn. And through the first 500 meters, tough to tell from this angle, but it looks like Fordham and Rhode Island are your leaders, and it is, in fact, Fordham there, the first through 500, followed by Rhode Island, then Villanova, George Mason, Fordham, and UConn in that order to the 500-meter mark. Maybe give that Fordham boat in lane 1 a slight advantage over the George Mason boat in lane 2. But again, it is Fordham in lane 3, well out in front here. Rhode Island, the only boat still within contact of this lead Fordham crew. 750 meters down in the men's Club 8 petite final, or rather grand final. Shot from our side camera here of the UConn Huskies men. And 1,000 meters in for our lead boat out of Fordham. Rhode Island, the second to 1,000. Nice shot here of our lead boat from Fordham. Rhode Island maintaining that second place position, and that Fordham boat in lane 1 is firmly on their own in third. That race for fourth back there between Villanova and George Mason is a good one. Maybe give the edge to Nova. But again, it's Fordham, Rhode Island, Fordham in podium position here in the Club 8 final at the Knecht Cup. .250 left now for our lead crew from Fordham with a really strong effort here. Finish line cam as we make our way to the end here. After we finish up with this club event, we'll move on to our Division 3 and Division 2 events before finishing up with our men's and women's eights finals. And Fordham wins. Rhode Island finishes in second. Third place to Fordham. Followed by Nova and then George Mason. And Yukon. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back.
We're St. Joe's Rowing, and we're excited to race at Knecht Cup this weekend.
All right, looks like we're underway here. This is the petite final of the women's Division III Varsity 8. We've got Washington College in lane 1, St. Mary's in lane 2, Bryn Mawr lane 3, Franklin and Marshall lane 4, Bryn Mawr lane 5, and Franklin and Marshall lane 6. And actually, it looks like maybe we don't have that Franklin and Marshall boat out there in lane 6. And as you can see here in this petite final, looks like St. Mary's B, Bryn Mawr A, and Franklin and Marshall A are your lead 3 boats. Not much between them here at the moment. Bryn Mawr B just off the pace in 4th, and further back still is the Washington College boat. Looks like Bryn Mawr A starting to push out a little bit here out of lane 3, but still not much between them and the boat from St. Mary's in lane 2, and Franklin and Marshall in lane 4. But we'll see here, approaching 500 meters, first one to get there is Bryn Mawr in lane 3, followed closely by St. Mary's, and then Franklin and Marshall in 3rd. Bryn Mawr B is there 4th, and Washington College will get there 5th. So again, this is the women's Varsity 8 Division III Petite Final, looking at spots 7 through 11 overall here in this Petite Final. And into the second 500, that boat from Bryn Mawr in lane 3 continuing to impress upon their lead. As you can see, they've got about 4 seats of separation now between themselves and St. Mary's. There's a nice shot from the Camden County Boathouse dock of this lead Bryn Mawr boat.
Fish a delivery.
Thank you.
Ham sandwich.
And
You good?
view from lane 6 of this Bryn Mawr B boat.
You figured that thing out?
Yeah.
It might actually be the pitch of the angle. It's so, this is usually up to here. This is the lowest.
Okay.
Nice shot there of our leaders. That's Bryn Mawr in lane 3 in the yellow. And you can see with just about 8 seats from themselves to that St. Mary's B boat in lane 2.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Steering across their lane a little bit in that lead Bryn Mawr boat, but nothing too detrimental. And you could see there 3rd place Franklin and Marshall. Here's a shot from the sideline of that St. Mary's boat and Bryn Mawr right behind them. 1,000 meters down here for our lead boat. 1,000 left to go. petite final, women's varsity 8, Division 3. And you can see there, Bryn Mawr continuing to open this up as St. Mary's does their best to go with them. Franklin and Marshall falling off the lead pace just a bit here as these two boats separate themselves through 1,250 meters. And Bryn Mawr continuing to push the pedal here as they have now opened up water off the back of their stern deck and continuing with every stroke just to open up this lead on that boat from St. Mary's. So a great row here from this A boat out of Bryn Mawr as they approach 500 meters left to go. There's the 500-meter buoy line. Bryn Mawr A in lane 3, the first to get there. St. Mary's hits the line next. And then Franklin and Marshall is third. Okay, so into the final quarter of the race go our lead 3 boats. And this is all Bryn Mawr here at the end. St. Mary's now solely in second place, but you can just see with every stroke, Bryn Mawr opening up that lead further and further. The gap gets wider. Really impressive. Looks like Bryn Mawr is going to go with their full sprint piece here. And it looks like they started it right at that 500-meter mark. And 250 meters left to go now for our leaders out of Bryn Mawr. Final stretch here. Dominant second half of this one for the boat from Bryn Mawr. Keeping it close through the first 1,000 meters of the race and then slamming the doors shut over the second half. And they will win this petite final, securing 7th place here at the Knecht Cup. St. Mary's will finish in second. Franklin and Marshall takes third. And it should finish Bryn Mawr 4th, Washington College 5th. In that one for 10th and 11th place, respectively. There is the 10th place Bryn Mawr boat. Looks like we're underway here, well underway, of this women's varsity 8 Division 3 grand final. Lane 1 is Washington College. Lane 2, Stockton University. In lane 3, we've got the Milwaukee School of Engineering. Lane 4 is the St. Mary's A boat. Lane 5 is Stockton University A boat. And in lane 6 is Case Western Reserve, and you can see it is Stockton University in lane 5 out in front here with about a length lead over the boat from St. Mary's. St. Mary's A with a length lead over Milwaukee. Those three boats with open water to the rest of the field. Fourth place is Washington College, followed by Stockton B and Case Western in sixth. A little bit of a steering issue there from Milwaukee as they try and get that righted. But at the moment, it is Stockton University in lane 5 out in front, trying to fend off this St. Mary's boat. And we are pretty deep into this one. We're into the third quarter here. It's 1,250 meters down. As you see the beautiful Cooper River Park, along with the Philadelphia skyline in the background. .500 meters left to go now for our lead boats. This is the grand final of the Division III Women's Varsity 8. Milwaukee trying to make their way back up into second place as St. Mary's tries to hold them off. Both boats doing their best to try and catch this Stockton University crew in lane 5. Bit of a different drone shot than we're used to in this final 500. Nice angle. As you can see, those red buoys indicating 250 meters left to go. Stockton the first to get there. St. Mary's closing the gap just a little bit here over the last 250 meters. I don't know if it will be enough, as both of these two lead boats start to push Milwaukee School of Engineering away. Finish line camera here as we make our way in with our two lead boats, Stockton and St. Mary's. Stockton there on the left, St. Mary's on the right. And Stockton has a pretty sizable lead here based on the parallax. St. Mary's making a good push, though, to try and close that gap. Here we go. As they come by the camera, it's closing and closing. And as they reach the finish line, it is Stockton, but only just holding off a surging St. Mary's boat. Milwaukee finishes third. Some excitement there in that Stockton boat. Congrats to them. Top three there, Stockton, St. Mary's, Milwaukee. We sit and wait as Washington College finishes in fourth, followed by Stockton B. And finally, Case Western Reserve in sixth place. All right, that was the Division III, and there is that boat from Case Western Reserve. That was the Division III Women's Varsity 8 event, both the petite and grand final. And they will make way for their men counterparts for the Division II, Division III petite final here. We've got 4 boats in this one. From right to left on your screen, Catholic University in lane 2. St. Mary's is in lane 3. Case Western A is in lane 4. And Case Western B is in lane 5. So your leader at the moment is that Case Western A boat. And St. Mary's men are right there with them. So just past the 500 meter mark of that one, right around 750 meters down here. And you'll see as we pan over there, the 750 meter sign on the south shore right there. And a good idea of about a 7 to 8 seat lead at the moment for Case Western Reserve A on top of the St. Mary's boat. And there are our two lead crews, the boat on the far side and the 4 bow marker is our leaders from Case Western. St. Mary's there with the bow number 3. "1,000 meters down here, Case Western the first to the halfway mark. St. Mary's not far behind, but losing ground with each stroke as Case Western opens this up just a bit.
St. Mary's not far behind, but losing ground with each stroke as Case Western opens this up.
And you can see there the gap between first and second ever growing in this third 500 as Case Western has opened up just a sliver of open water on this St. Mary's crew. Beautiful shot of our race course today and the 4 boats we've got in this one. Looks like some steering issues at the back for the Case Western B boat as they drift across their lane. Not the case here in the A boat as they reach the 1,500 meter mark, 500 left to go. That open water they opened has remained pretty stagnant of a lead over the St. Mary's boat. We'll see if St. Mary's can claw some ground back over the final 500 or if Case Western continues to open up this lead. And you see there, St. Mary's just steering across their lane a little bit and losing ground because of it. .250 left to go for our leaders. St. Mary's with one final push to get back in to striking distance. A little bit of a shaky stroke there from our lead Case Western boat. And they're really riding that port side, missing a bit of water on that starboard side. Don't think those errors are going to be enough as they look to have righted the ship. And taking home 7th overall is Case Western A, winning the petite final. St. Mary's finishes 2nd for 8th. And Catholic University will finish 3rd for 9th. And Case Western B will take home 10th place overall. There is the Catholic University boat. All right, as we wait for that Case Western boat to finish up, we are on to the grand final of the men's Varsity 8 Division 2, Division 3. We've got Lane 1, Milwaukee School of Engineering. Lane 2, Franklin and Marshall. Lane 3, Trinity. Lane 4, Ithaca. Lane 5, Trinity. And in Lane 6, Catholic. Try and figure out exactly where we are on the course here, but it looks like the boat from Trinity in lane 3 is your leader through 500. Second place, their counterparts at Trinity in lane 5. So we got 2 Trinity boats out in front here in lanes 3 and 5 respectively. There's the boat from Catholic making their way down the course. And there you see your 2 lead boats from Trinity. Lane 3 with the obvious advantage so far. And this is the final of the men's Division 2, Division 3, Varsity 8. $750 meters down. Here comes our lead Trinity boat by our camera. And now with this overhead angle, we can tell that it is Milwaukee School of Engineering in second place. So that Trinity boat out in lane 5, currently sitting in 3rd. Milwaukee in 2nd. 4th place is Ithaca. Franklin and Marshall in 5th, and Catholic sits in 6th at the moment. But the Trinity boat in lane 3 well out in front here, approaching the halfway mark. And there is the 1,000 meter mark, 1,000 meters left to go. And it is the Trinity boat in lane 5 getting there before Milwaukee School of Engineering. So either a trick of the eye there with the buoys, or Trinity moved back through Milwaukee after initially ceding some ground. But it is the 2 Trinity boats in 1-2. Can they finish 1-2 here? Would be a huge accomplishment for the Trinity program to win first and second in this Division 2, Division 3 final, and they still have a chance at the grand final in the men's Varsity 8, no division class. Milwaukee, though, looking strong out there in lane 1 still, as we take a look here at our 6th place Catholic University boat. And you can see how close it is there between Milwaukee and Trinity for second place. The Trinity boat in lane 3 is on their way to the gold here. And I think you can see there Trinity in lane 5 is in second by just a hair. Pretty much the same gap that existed at the 1,000 meter mark still exists. We'll get another good idea as they cross this 500 meters to go here in the men's Division 2, Division 3 final. Take a look here at second place. Who hits that buoy line first? It's Trinity, just out in front of Milwaukee, but it's close there. Anyone's race for second between Milwaukee and Trinity. And coming up on the inside is Franklin and Marshall and Ithaca trying to make a push for the podium. Finish line cam here as we follow our lead boat in. And final stretch here for the lead boat from Trinity.
Let's go, Trent! Yeah, Trent! Let's go, Tim! Let's go!
And they'll take it. And Trinity takes second as well, finishing out in front of Milwaukee School of Engineering, followed by Ithaca, then Franklin and Marshall. And Catholic will finish in 6th place. All right, that will do it for, there's Catholic, the men's varsity 8, Division II, Division III event. Next up will be the women's varsity 8. We'll have 4 finals there. And the men's varsity 8 right after that. I need to step away for a moment. We are underway here in the women's varsity 8. I'll bring you the lineup. We've got Monmouth University, followed by Fairfield in lane 2, Drexel in lane 3, Marist in lane 4, West Virginia in lane 5, and LaSalle in lane 6. I have to step away for just a moment. Be back before the end of this race. Apologies for that delay. Once again, the lineup here in this women's varsity 8, 4th overall final. We've got Monmouth, Fairfield, Drexel, Marist, West Virginia, and LaSalle in lanes 1 through 6. And they will be competing for spots 19 through 24 overall in this women's varsity 8 event. Looks like Marist, lane 4, your leader through the first 750 meters. Race for second is a tight one. Give the edge to LaSalle out in lane 6, followed by Fairfield, then Drexel. Drexel, then West Virginia, and Monmouth currently in 6th, but it's close between all 6 boats at the moment, with the exception of that lead Marist boat, well out in front. So we'll have 4 finals here for the women, followed by 2 for the men, to round out our competition at the Knecht Cup in 2026. Halfway through the D final here of the women's varsity 8. Marist, your leader. And you can see here that race for second crystallizing a little bit between LaSalle and Drexel. give the edge at the moment to LaSalle in lane 6. Marist continuing to lead. Drexel and LaSalle starting to track this Marist boat down, however. Nice shot overhead here of our lead crew from Marist. You can see Drexel well out in second. Not too far behind is Drexel, however. West Virginia sits in fourth at the moment, followed by Fairfield and then Monmouth.
You're good. You're fine.
Just let me know.
Yeah. Thank you, though.
No, if I do, so amazing. He kind of like it.
500 meters left to go now for our lead boat out of Marist. And you can see Drexel starting to make some inroads on that LaSalle boat. And Marist, let's see if Drexel has enough to get all the way back up to the lead of Marist. But currently moving into second place is Drexel in lane 3. LaSalle now drifting into third, trying to hold off West Virginia. Again, looking at places 19 through 24 here in this fourth final for the women's varsity 8. Drexel still moving through LaSalle, but unable to make major inroads on Marist as we reach the final 250 meters of this one. Now LaSalle desperately hanging on to third as West Virginia starts to make their move. Here we switch to the finish line cam for the final 200. Marist looking strong. That finish for third should be a good one. As we pan the camera, you can see there just how close West Virginia and LaSalle are. It looks like West Virginia has moved through LaSalle here. And coming to the finish line, Marist taking home first place for 19th overall. Finishing in 20th is Drexel. West Virginia slides in at 21st, LaSalle 22nd. Fairfield 23rd and Monmouth in 24th. Good race there in that women's varsity 8 final number 4. C final next up on the course as we look to fill places 13 through 18. And you can see there the women scheduled for this race just about ready to get started. We're going to have Delaware in lane 1, Eastern Michigan in lane 2, Holy Cross in lane 3, Georgetown lane 4, Sacred Heart in lane 5, and Old Dominion, you can see there Old Dominion in lane 6. All crews sitting ready. And they're off. Women's varsity 8, final number 3. Looking for positions 13 through 18 overall here in the women's varsity 8 event. Delaware, Eastern Michigan, Holy Cross, Georgetown, Sacred Heart, and Old Dominion coming your way. And we join our drone as it flies up to meet this Final number 3 of the women's varsity 8. 250 meters into this one. Looks like lane 1, Delaware, off to a good start. Feels like deja vu. But in the middle lanes, Holy Cross and Georgetown both looking strong. Old Dominion also up there with the leaders at the moment. Currently appears as though Eastern Michigan and Sacred Heart falling off the pace early on just a bit. First to the 500-meter mark is the Blue Hens of Delaware, followed by Holy Cross, Georgetown, and ODU in that order. You can see the Camden County Boathouse there. Into the second 500. This is where the race gets hard. Focus on Georgetown there in lane 4 with the gray and blue oars. We have a saying about Georgetown where I come from, but I won't share it here. Go orange. Meanwhile, the boat in lane 3 there. Looks like Holy Cross just out in front of the Georgetown boat by a few seats there. And as you can see, Delaware still out in front, maybe even gaining a little bit of a lead. And as they come by the Camden County Boathouse, it's Delaware, Holy Cross, Georgetown, 3 boats across. Great race so far here in the third final of the women's varsity 8. All 3 of those boats well within contention, really not much between them. As I've said many times, the buoys slant across, giving the advantage to your eye, to the inside lanes. But in reality, those boats are hitting these buoy lines at just about the same time. 1,000 meters down for our leaders, 1,000 meters left to go. Looks like Old Dominion trying to claw their way back into contention here as Delaware starts to falter just a little bit. Looks as though Georgetown starting to move out into first place here into this third 500. A great move by the Hoyas as they have taken the lead here. It is Georgetown out in front of Holy Cross. Third place is Delaware. Old Dominion, though, a close fourth place as Delaware continues to fade here in this third 500. And you can see Georgetown starting to pull away, not just from Old Dominion and Delaware, but also Holy Cross here. Now Georgetown with 3 to 4 seats on top of Holy Cross. Again, spots 13 through 18 overall are up for grabs here. And Georgetown, who at one point was a clear third place at right around the 1,000 meter mark, now into a clear first place. Hitting the 500 to go mark first, followed by Holy Cross, Delaware, and Old Dominion. And you can see the stroke seat of Georgetown sitting just about even with the 2 seat or the bow seat of the boat from Holy Cross. Now Delaware starting to make their way back into it. Delaware with a late push in the final 500, overtaking Holy Cross once again. It's Delaware into second place. Holy Cross now fading. And Georgetown remains strong. Delaware gaining a little bit of ground on the Hoyas there but not as much as they are on Holy Cross. And with just about 250 meters left for our leaders, Georgetown looking strong into the finish here. Does Delaware have what it takes to catch them again? Should be a good finish between these boats here in this third final. Final stretch. Georgetown, your leader. And as they make their way to the finish line, donned by this beautiful scenery here at the Cooper River Park, 13th overall, belongs to Georgetown, just holding off a late surging UD. Holy Cross third, followed by Old Dominion, then Sacred Heart, and a closely following Eastern Michigan. So Georgetown hangs on. Delaware with a really fascinating race there. I think that's one that they're going to have to look back on and reassess, because they were well out in front for a good portion of the race, lost it in the middle, and then had a mad dash sprint at the end where they had the speed to catch the other boats. So I think some retinkering of that race there will put that Delaware boat in a better position moving forward. Meanwhile, the petite final in this women's varsity 8 event is underway. This is the second final. We've got Colgate on your right-hand side in lane 1, Jacksonville University in lane 2, MIT is in lane 3, Villanova in lane 4, Albany in lane 5, and Connecticut in lane 6. Bear with me for a second. These were from a semifinal earlier today, so I'm just copying them down onto my own sheet. .200 meters down here, not much between these boats. Looks like lanes 2 through 3 are out to an early lead. Give it the advantage to lane 3 and 4 here. That's MIT and Villanova, your leaders early doors. Let's call it Villanova, followed by MIT, MIT followed by Jacksonville, Jacksonville to Colgate, Colgate to UConn, and Albany in 6th place. These are positions 7 through 12 up for grabs overall in the women's varsity 8 final. And first to 500, tough to tell now, but it looked as though it was about to be that boat from MIT in lane 3. Just edging out Villanova. Appears as though UConn moving into sole possession of 3rd, still vying against that Jacksonville boat in lane 2. Jacksonville out in front of Colgate in lane 1. Albany sits in 6th. And a nice shot here to show you that MIT is starting to open this up a little bit on Nova as they pass by the Camden County Boathouse. Villanova clearly a few seats back of that MIT boat from that angle. Same story here as they come by the Camden County Boathouse. Let's see where that Jacksonville boat is. And I think those are your 3 leaders pretty clearly there, MIT, Villanova, and UConn. Jacksonville does look like they're there, but they just weren't appearing on that sideline camera. So I think you can safely say UConn by just a bit here at the moment over Jacksonville for third. Villanova losing steam quickly as UConn starts to make up ground. 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go here in the second final of the women's varsity 8. Again, position 7 through 12 up for grabs. Shot here of lane 1, Colgate, lane 2, Jacksonville, and your leaders, MIT, with the T on their oars. And with MIT continuing to strike out in front, the race for second is heating up. Villanova continuing to fade. UConn and Jacksonville continuing to push. Tough to tell exactly how things are from this angle, but it looks as though we've got 3 boats across for second in this second final. MIT starting to run away with it. That race for second is stagnant at the moment. I think the advantage belongs to UConn. Villanova has recovered as they were starting to give up lots of ground there in the middle portion of that race. Seems as though they've refound their stride and are now lockstep. And as they come to 500 left to go, the first to get there looks like Jacksonville. Jacksonville in lane 2, moving into second. Villanova and UConn about dead even there to the line. MIT losing steam just a little bit. You can see that lead just starting to evaporate in between the open water that they had between second and third, but still moving quick enough and with so little race left that they should be able to hang on here. 400 meters left to go. Jacksonville, Villanova, and UConn still nearly dead even there. We're not going to know much until they come by the finish line camera. Again, looking at 7 through 12 overall here as they make their way to the finish line. Some choppy strokes out there in lane 6 for UConn. Final 100 meters here. And they come to the finish line, and it is MIT out in front. And they will cross first, and then the race for second commences. Looks like Villanova out in front of UConn at the very moment. Let's see where this boat from Jacksonville ends up. Second place, Jacksonville. Looked to have edged out Villanova by just a hair. Villanova by half a length over UConn. Colgate in 5th. 6th place to Albany. All right. That brings us to the grand final in the women's varsity 8. This should be a fantastic race with how good the second final was. Expect the grand final to be even faster. Just about ready to get started in lane 1. We've got BC, lane 2, Radcliffe, lane 3, Bucknell, lane 4, UMass, lane 5 is BU, and in lane 6 is Temple. So some really solid programs here making their way to the varsity 8 final. Some familiar names we've been talking about throughout the race. Again, BC, Radcliffe, Bucknell, UMass, BU, Temple, the women's varsity 8 grand final at the Knecht Cup 2026. Flag is up. And they're off. Looks like a clean start so far. Maybe a bit of a slight adjustment for BU out there in lane 5, but they got it and they're on straight. Same goes for lane 6 there. Temple just need to get on straight a little bit. There they go. BC first to fall off the pack here at the start. Looks like Bucknell off to the early lead, but not so fast. Radcliffe right there with them. BU. UMass seems to be 3. BU in 5th. Temple sits 4th. And 6th at the moment belongs to BC. But BC, from your leader in Radcliffe or Bucknell, only about 7 or 8 seats down. We'll see if that continues to grow or if BC can get their way back into this. But outside of BC, these rest of these boats, not much. From 1st to 5th, maybe 4 seats, all things considered. But it is Radcliffe in lane 2, followed by Bucknell and UMass as your top 3 here. The women's varsity 8 final underway. Again, just real quick from right to left on your screen, we got BC, Radcliffe, Bucknell, UMass, BU, and Temple. And as we follow along in our launch here, we get a nice shot inside these boats. There is the lane 6 Temple team. Take a look on the faces. Just 500 meters into this one, not totally strained yet in either the BU boat that we're focusing on here or the Temple boat as they went by. But you can see both Temple and BU have dropped off of our lead 3 here in the middle. That would be Radcliffe, Bucknell, and UMass. The 3 boats starting to separate themselves here through 600 meters. And look at that. We've got a really tight race here. Radcliffe by 2 seats on Bucknell. Bucknell with half a seat on UMass. UMass with a length over Temple and BC. And falling back now into 6th is Boston University in lane 5. But Radcliffe looking really strong here. Continuing to add seat. Just 1 seat for Radcliffe every 300 meters, it seems. And you can see there now the bow person in Bucknell sitting even with 7 seat of Radcliffe. And it looks like Bucknell is starting to lose ground to this UMass boat. Can UMass make an outside push onto Radcliffe as well? Temple looking strong in lane 6. Temple well into 4th place. Potentially even moving back on to our lead boats here is this Temple boat in lane 6. 1,000 down, you see there, it's Radcliffe first there, followed by Bucknell, then UMass, and then Temple. Not much separating that Bucknell and that UMass school. Radcliffe, though, still out in front. You can see there Bucknell just by a seat or 2 over UMass. Temple might have been a trick of the eye there with that drone shot, as it seems Temple just about dead even here with BC. Edge to Temple on the outside. And coming up from the inside, BU starting to make a push back into our bottom 3 here. Our top 3 having separated themselves. Radcliffe now with a boat length on the competition, and UMass now back out in front of Bucknell by a seat or 2. So Bucknell to UMass is incredibly touch and go here for 2nd place. Radcliffe comfortably in 1st at the moment. UMass, though, maintaining 2nd for the time being. UMass taking seat after seat on Bucknell here, starting to move back onto this Radcliffe boat just a hair. So is Bucknell, for that matter. Can Radcliffe hang on now with 500 meters left to go? Can the second and third place UMass and Bucknell make a push onto our lead Radcliffe crew? This is the grand final at the Knecht Cup of the women's varsity 8. Taking a look back, it looks like Temple starting to fade a little bit. BC making that move into fourth. Temple sits in fifth, but it's close between BC and Temple. In fact, give the edge to Temple as the drone wheels around and I orient myself just a tad bit better. But take a look now at UMass. UMass still trying to push onto that Radcliffe boat. And they're moving through Bucknell. 2:50 left to go for Radcliffe. About a 10-meter lead for Radcliffe over UMass. Just seems like that lead might be insurmountable at this point. Radcliffe looking really strong through the finish line. Here at the finish line camera, 1:50 left to go. Final few strokes here. And as they come to the finish line in the women's varsity 8 final, the winner of the Knecht Cup on the women's side is Radcliffe. UMass, the silver. Bronze to Bucknell. BC fourth, Temple fifth. BU in sixth place. So congratulations to Radcliffe on a fantastic race there, holding off UMass and Bucknell that whole time, winning it over the second half of that race. Looks like we're underway here in the men's varsity 8 petite final. These will be for positions 7 through 12 in the men's varsity 8 event. And as we make our way up, we got from right to left on your screen, Iona, Lehigh, Fairfield, Mercyhurst, Ithaca, and Mercyhurst. So again, in lane 1, Iona, lane 2, Lehigh, lane 3, Fairfield, lane 4, Mercyhurst, lane 5, Ithaca, and lane 6, Mercyhurst. And as we make our way through the first 500 meters here, it is the Mercyhurst A boat in lane 4 with the early lead. Mercyhurst with a slight advantage over Ithaca, who sits in second in lane 5. From Ithaca, it goes Fairfield, Lehigh, Iona, and Mercyhurst B sits in sixth in lane 6. But you have a good image there of the breakdown here. And as they hit the 500-meter mark, it's difficult to tell from that angle. Ithaca potentially closer to the Mercyhurst boat than initially seemed. Here is the Mercyhurst B boat in sixth place. Nice look inside that crew. But you can see just how tight it is between Mercyhurst and Ithaca, both from the sideline angle and now from overhead. I would give the advantage to Mercyhurst by 1 seat. And then the advantage for Ithaca over both Fairfield and Lehigh is about 4 seats. So all 4 of those boats from Lehigh, Fairfield, Mercyhurst, and Ithaca all still in contention here for first. Iona and Mercyhurst B a bit off the pace. But your leaders right there on your screen with the 4 bow marker are Mercyhurst A. Nice push here from Fairfield and Iona. You see there Iona in lane 2 looking good. And really closing it down are Fairfield and Iona now. 4 boats pretty close together here. And as I say that, it looks as though Ithaca might have nudged in front as they approach 1,000 meters down, 1,000 meters left to go. It is anybody's race from lanes 2 through 4. That's Lehigh, Fairfield, Mercyhurst, Ithaca. First to the line, it's Ithaca. Ithaca in lane 5, out in front at the moment, followed by Mercyhurst, then Iona, and Lehigh sits in 4th. Or rather, Lehigh in 3rd, Fairfield in 4th. Apologies, Iona is off the pace. Iona currently, in fact, in 6th as Mercyhurst B has overtaken them. Ithaca continuing to lead here. Mercyhurst not far behind. But this Lehigh boat keeps moving through. They were down much further, was Lehigh, at the 500-meter mark. Through 1,000 meters, only a few seats down for Lehigh. Fairfield doing their best to stick with Lehigh, and it's gotten them back within striking distance of that Mercyhurst crew. So now that coxswain can look out both sides. And Fairfield making a nice push here. It's 4 boats across. It's really difficult to tell. I think Mercyhurst has now pushed themselves back out in front. Ithaca slowly fading potentially into 4th place almost. I think we're going to give the edge to Lehigh and Mercyhurst here, with Fairfield and Ithaca sitting in 3rd and 4th. What a race this petite final is shaping up to be. Again, competing for spots 7 through 8. Coxswains need to get their lines straight, a little bit of adjustments there. And as they approach 500 meters left to go, the first boat to hit the line, and it's going to be Ithaca. Ithaca back out in front here. Mercyhurst behind them, then Lehigh, then Fairfield. So Ithaca, your leader through 1,500 meters. It is stroke to stroke here in this men's petite final. Mercyhurst with a nice push here, as does Lehigh. Looks like Lehigh's starting to strike out here. Fairfield a clear 4th. Ithaca seemingly fading just a little bit, but those buoy lines tend to favor the outside lane. And 250 left to go. Who gets there first? Nice push from Fairfield here, but the first to the line, it is close. It is close. I think Fairfield is actually starting to push out into 1st here. They were 4th, and it is Fairfield. Fairfield goes first here. Fairfield the first to enter their sprint, and they will move into 1st place in this race. Lehigh starting to fade now. It's Fairfield, Ithaca, Mercyhurst, Lehigh, seemingly in that order, but it is tight. All 4 boats could win this as they come final 150 meters here into the finish line camera. Again, 7th through 12th on the line. Who will take 7th? And it's lane 3, Fairfield. Fairfield, who went early. And coming to the finish line, it's Fairfield, followed by, looked like Mercyhurst, then Lehigh and Ithaca. Apologies for the delay. Mercyhurst finishes in 5th, but it looked like Fairfield took 7th there. 7th overall to Fairfield. From my eye, it looked like Mercyhurst, then Lehigh and Ithaca, followed by Mercyhurst and Iona. Again, for official results, go to KnechtCupRegatta.com. My eye and the camera are not 100% accurate. And we are off here in our final race of the day. This is the men's varsity 8 final, out onto the race course. We've got Temple in lane 1, Purdue in lane 2, MIT in lane 3, Trinity in lane 4, LaSalle in lane 5, and Embry-Riddle in lane 6. So a quick storyline here. We watched not long ago Trinity finish 1st and 2nd in the Division 2 and Division 3 event. Now they sit in one of the favorite lanes, lane 4, in the grand final of the varsity 8, against a bit of a step up in competition here for that Trinity team. And as they make their way through 300 meters, MIT with the early advantage. Call it MIT, Trinity, LaSalle, Purdue, Temple, Embry-Riddle in that order, but it's close between the top 4. Final race of the day. It's been a fantastic day of racing. Weather held out for us this year. Normally this weekend in April tends to be a bit rainy up here in the Delaware Valley. Not so this weekend. And as they make their way through 750, it's MIT out in front here. Just think it's important to note here that this is a lightweight crew from MIT in lane 3 here, competing against some of the best Dadville men's teams, like LaSalle and Trinity in lanes 5 and 4 on your screen there. So we'll see if MIT can keep this up. Lightweight's known for good starts, generally speaking, but can they maintain the speed against the larger rowers of LaSalle, Trinity, and Purdue? Temple sits in 5th. Embry-Riddle off the pace in 6th. And as they approach the 1,000 meter mark, it looks like we've got MIT there first, followed by Trinity, LaSalle in 3rd, Purdue in 4th. MIT starting to open it up a little bit. Looks like Trinity trying to go with them. Purdue falling off a little bit there in lane 2. LaSalle a distinct 3rd at the moment. It is MIT and Trinity moving away from the other 2 boats. LaSalle doing their best to hang on as MIT and Trinity pick it up a little bit here. And you can see Purdue just falling off with each stroke. MIT increasing that lead to their port side on Purdue. And LaSalle also starting to drift back a little bit. Trinity hanging tough, just down 1 seat here. It is MIT and Trinity. LaSalle with the outside shot in 3rd. Purdue falling off the lead here. LaSalle maintaining contact. You see the bowman of LaSalle even with the stroke seat of Trinity, but as I say that, Trinity is moving through LaSalle and drawing even now with this MIT boat. Call it a bow ball for MIT. You see there MIT hit the 1,500 meter line just a hair in front of Trinity. LaSalle definitively in 3rd, Purdue 4th. It is a 2-boat race here towards the end unless LaSalle can throw themselves back into it, but they are losing ground as we speak. It is Trinity and MIT out alone here in the final race at the Knecht Cup in 2026. 400 meters left to go now. MIT takes a counter move to that Trinity move and is pushing them away once again. It is 3 seats for MIT. Trinity trying their best to claw back in. Maintaining just about a 2-seat lead now is MIT. 3-man for MIT even. Now Trinity moving back through. Trinity moving back through. It's Trinity even with MIT once again. Trinity out in front by half a seat. 250 meters left to go. Trinity takes the lead. MIT trying to hang on here, but it's Trinity with the speed. Overhead look, you see 3-seat of Trinity now even with bowman of MIT. A frantic sprint from Trinity. Can they hold off MIT at the last? Final few strokes here as they come to the finish line. Will it be Trinity? Will it be MIT? the men's varsity 8 final. The gold medal goes to Trinity over MIT. Looked like LaSalle got nabbed there. Purdue with a nice finish, potentially taking third over LaSalle. Temple finishing 5th, and Embry-Riddle finishing 6th. So again, by my eye, I had it as Trinity over MIT, with Purdue in 3rd. I'll hang on here for a moment to see if we can't get final results. I'm going to do some thank yous real quick. Just wanted to do a big thank you to my fellow commentators Mark Valenti and Coral Kasdan for joining me today. Also just wanted to give a shout out to the national team rowers who were able to join us on the broadcast. We had Kate Nifton, Caitlin Kynast, and Eli Margolin join us on the broadcast and share some of their thoughts. That was really interesting as you see the results from the women's varsity 8 grand final. Radcliffe winning that one by a length. Also wanted to shout out our production crew today, 5 Tribes, for bringing you this fantastic drone and stationary camera coverage as you see the men's varsity 8 petite final results flash on the screen. Fairfield just edging out the Mercyhurst boat, as I mentioned, by 0.3 of a second. And then Mercyhurst finishing just a second in front of the Lehigh boat, and Lehigh edging out Ithaca by 0.04 of a second. So pretty accurate by my call there on that petite final. Also wanted to give a big shout out to all our cameramen for braving the elements. A little bit cold out there on the launch. And official results in the men's varsity 8 final. Trinity winning by a second out in front of MIT. Purdue edging out LaSalle, as I mentioned, by just 0.3 of a second. Temple in 5th, and Embry-Riddle in 6th. And finally, just one last thank you to Laura Knecht Blanche, the director of the Knecht Cup Regatta, keeping the legacy of her father, Bill Knecht, alive here on the Cooper River with a great event that welcomes college athletes of all levels to come and compete. We wouldn't have it any other way. We love bringing this to you here at the Cooper River. And once again, for the team at 5 Tribes, my name is Joe Leonard. Thanks for watching.